This one?
And Amy saw that, but she's not here. But it, public, and I don't know.
Okay, we'll come to order here at 6. Hey. Thank you. We'll come to order at 6:01. I know it takes a while for the sound of the gavel to make it all the way back there and back. So with that, we will do roll call.
Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara?
Present.
Mayor Ehlers?
Here.
Record will show all members of the City Council are present tonight.
Okay, item 3 is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise if you can and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That brings us to item 4, which is special presentations and proclamations, of which we have none. And oral comments are next, number 5.
We do have 9 speakers.
Okay, we'll do the full 3 minutes and take them now.
And just a reminder, oral communications is the opportunity to speak on anything that is not on the agenda tonight. First 3 speakers, Mark Mazzarella, followed by Jim Skeen, and then Trina Priest.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Mark Mazzarella. You may remember me. I was here last month. And this is why I'm here. This is a photograph taken from my clients, Jim and Heather's master bedroom window inside their house during the night with all of their lights off. This is entirely being lit up by the neighbors' lights, which look like a pumpkin patch or a Christmas tree lot. These are illegal. The state, Title 24, the Encinitas Municipal Code, you cannot have exposed bulbs. You need to have shielding over the bulbs. Shielding is real simple. The bulb with some kind of a shield over the top of it. For bulbs like this, it's just a real simple metal or other plastic cone that goes over the top and to the bottom of the bulb so the light does not pass laterally and the bulb's not visible. Very simple. So why is this going on? The city gave my client's neighbors, the Minicellis, a notice of violation. The Minicellis, who have a seriously disabled daughter, and my clients are very compassionate about that. We want everything good for those that could possibly be done for that girl. They began and they said, convinced the city, I'm not sure how, that they needed unshielded light for their daughter to have it safe around the house. I don't disagree that having light around the house is fine, it's good. But shielding adds nothing to the equation. The laws of physics, light travels in a straight path unless it is blocked or bent. Whether these lights have shields over them or not makes no difference.
If you could stay on the microphone, it'll help us get you on tape.
This is, if you can see this, it's the difference between shielded and unshielded lights. Very simple conical shields over the lights. We have been trying for 2 years because the city did give an accommodation under the housing regulations, which is appropriate where you have a necessity, where it is necessary to have an accommodation. There is no necessity to have unshielded lights. Shielded lights will provide every single candle power to the ground that unshielded lights will. The only reason these lights are unshielded is because Amy Minicelli, the neighbor, is an outside decorator. This is an adult entertainment area. And when they did the adult entertainment area, they put these string lights up, which she liked from a decorator's perspective. It's time that we get the city to look at it. That's all we're asking for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and service. We've lived in the same house for 34 years, 31 in peace. Something's very wrong here, and it doesn't represent Encinitas at all. Light pollution is not a fad. It's harmful. In our case, to me and my wife. When my neighbor needed a $17,500 dog for his daughter, I gave him a check for $2,500. I raised $25,000, and I loaned him $12,000 to start the process. So because of me, they got that dog 6 months early. No regrets. Happy to do it. You've heard from Mark about the illegality of this. And remarkably, after we're informed that they're illegal, then they concoct this story. So their lot is a foot higher than mine. And they put these unshielded lights on 10-foot poles, 10-foot poles, shining into a second-story window. So you saw the picture of what we look at from our bedroom. Their backyard is very tastefully done, beautifully done. All the lights on the perimeter are below the fence line. In fact, the lights around the most dangerous area, their pool, are ground level. But alongside my house, 10-foot poles, unshielded lights. Mark mentioned the city granted this 2 years ago. We were totally excluded from the process. We tried twice. I spent thousands of dollars having a talented attorney put together a package for the former city attorney who just blew us off. I'm not inclined to look at this. I'm just not inclined. Seriously? We were here last month. We asked for your help. The mayor himself asked staff to be responsive. No response. Zero. Do any of you actually believe they need unshielded lights from 10-foot poles? I mean, seriously? The unshielded lights are nothing more than a shameful attempt to keep decorative lights at our expense. That's it. We need your help. I'm asking for your help. Please direct the city attorney to be responsive, to meet with us, to visit, to discuss this reasonably. We'd love to have you help us regain our peace.
Okay. And I think we already referred it to staff, but if you can get his contact information to me, and then I'll pick it up. By the way, the city attorney works for the city and doesn't usually go out and meet with residents directly about resident issues. So just to be careful of who he advises, but staff, we'll talk. You and I will
We'd
talk.
love to have anybody come over to our house in the evening and see just how absurd this is.
I think your pictures are great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening, Encinitas City Council and Mayor Ehlers. I'm Trina Priest, a middle school teacher and a mother of 3 teens. I volunteer for many youth-related oriented programs which strive to improve health and safety for teens and young adults. I came to share an article from the Journal of the American Medical Association regarding how the frequent use of marijuana damages the brain's working memory. The lead study author described the working memory as the ability to retain information for a short period of time and use it quickly, especially when there is a looming decision regarding safety. This article has relevance to our city as we talk about pedestrian, auto, and e-bike safety and accident prevention. Research demonstrates that marijuana use reduces brain activity in certain areas of the brain responsible for decision-making, memory, paying attention, and emotional processing. This is especially true for the working memory. Imagine if you are a pedestrian, a driver, or e-biker, the amount of information you must collect and be prepared to utilize quickly and to be safe. Imagine if you're going to change lanes or just simply cross the road, that the amount of information you need to assemble. Walking, driving, e-biking while marijuana impaired dramatically affects all of us. The messages being sent from the city's 4 pot shops do not convey this at all, and in fact, do just the opposite. Perhaps it is time to reconsider the conditional use permits of the city's 4 pot shops. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Jessica Finley, followed by Molly Hantlian, and then Dave Dean.
Hi, I'm back. Last time was my first time, so I was extra nervous. Hi. Oops, that's the wrong page. I'm Jessica Finley. You may remember me from last week. I'm the lady that lives next to Lucadia Donuts. I'm sorry I didn't bring you any. I spoke previously. I didn't have time to share all my concerns. I appreciate the opportunity to return. I want to start by saying that I support safe access across the train tracks in Lucadia, but I'm concerned that the current path forward leaves out critical long-term impacts that deserve closer review. First, noise. These 2 proposed at-grade crossings will require over 600 train horns per day in a residential neighborhood with increased horn activity, and train traffic that it's expected to double based on the documents that I've been reviewing from the city. I've not been able to find a comprehensive analysis of the long-term operational noise from the train horns in the city documents, only construction-related aspects evaluated under the CEQA exemption. Second, the reliability of the quiet solutions. Wayside horns or quiet horns are often discussed as mitigation, but they're not permanent. They depend on ongoing compliance and approvals. So San Clemente lost their waiver because they didn't have their train horns up to date. They broke. So for 6 months, everybody heard the loudest horn they could possibly hear going by for 6 months. So if the city has a problem, they have to fix it and they have to do the waiver. So the question becomes, what is the realistic long-term noise condition residents should expect? Third, bringing me to the third and most important is just safety. In reviewing the planning documents, I noticed that the work done with the CPUC emphasized reducing at-grade crossings in the past. You guys were really into let's not do those because they're not safe, which also I noticed that the Federal Rail Association is not so into the at-grade crossings either because they increase the death toll specifically at the crossings, which, my son riding a bike straight through is not really an ideal vision for me when I think about how easy that would be to just kind of fly right through. But what I'm wondering is why were these underground ideas completely dismissed, and for these for 2 at-grade crossings instead of maybe just one really safe underground one? It's all money, but I noticed you guys got a lot of money, some excess some places and stuff, and so maybe things could be worked around.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Council. Molly Hantlian. So I'd like to thank the city and our Parks and Rec Department for a fantastic Arbor Day. I don't know, I saw many of the council there. They deserve a round of applause. It was really awesome. It was better than last year's, and I discovered a park that I didn't know was a community park, super close to my house. Second item I have is also a thank you. This is a thank you to Dan Nutter, our Director of Engineering. Back in December, end of November, I made him aware of an issue at Belore Avenue. This is 520 Belore. As you come out of Rhodes, a lot of people were taking left-hand turns, and I almost got hit twice because it's a very short corner. So he helped me and entered it in my Encinitas app, and it's done. Thank you. That's it.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and staff. Dave Dean. I echo the sentiments of Molly. Amazing Arbor Day. Glad to see you guys out there. Had an amazing time myself, so keep up the good work. Similar to the Easter egg hunt, that was amazing as well. What I'm here for, I call this crossing the T's and dotting the I's. Recently, there's been a homeless or unhoused gentleman downtown, and he's been around the last few days and causing some minor disturbances, but a nice guy. I spoke with him today again. The issue is he was causing some trouble over at the American Legion, and I ended up asking him to leave because I was asked to ask him to do that, and he did. That, I think, was Sunday. And Monday, he was back again, causing some issues over at the CRC. And they asked him to leave their premises and go down the street. And he was being a little loud and boisterous and had his encampment of trash that he had compiled on 2nd Street there. And I'd ask him if he'd like to put the trash in the trash can, and he wasn't up for that. And at that point, I wanted to reach out to the Hope team and see if we could get the gentleman some help. And at that point, I called the non-emergency number for the Sheriff's Department. And when I got a hold of him, I had asked to speak to the Hope team. And this is more for my friend Captain Watts. And so when I asked to speak to the Hope team, I was told we do not have a Hope team in Encinitas. So we may want to do some follow-up there and see if we can get the person answering the phone aware that we do have a Hope team. So hopefully that'll, no pun intended there, present some good stuff. And, you know, it's just keeping the ship tight and clean so we can help the people the best we can. And so that's why I just wanted to bring that to the attention of someone that can do something about it. That's about all I got because I only have 38 seconds left. So have a good evening. Thank you for your support.
And that's a very appropriate time to talk about the My Encinitas app, that if you use it, it will go straight to the Hope team.
And
just saying, just a public service.
an extra 10 seconds, if I may.
Okay, I'll let that go because I interrupted.
When you have boots on the ground, so to speak, and if you're familiar with working with homeless people, you do not have time to put it in on the app because you have to have eyes on the person. And in this case, the person had left 2nd Street, went down towards Better Buzz, had caused an additional disturbance down there.
Okay.
So I had to follow him to get the information.
Thanks, Dave. I just had to put my plug in for My Encinitas app.
Final 3 speakers, Ellen Burr, followed by David Weinbaum and Julie Thunder.
Nice pen. Good evening, Council. This is in reference to some discussions that came up last week about use of grants for affordable housing and housing that needs repair. And I just wanted to make the point that, number one, in the San Diego Water District report last week, it was noted that of the ratepayers in all of that district, 39% qualified as affordable ratepayers. So I'm not trying to do apples to oranges with the number of rentals that might be, but that is all of San Diego Water District, which includes a large part of Cardiff. But mostly it's about, much was made about using funds that were mostly not ours, that need to be spent to help people keep affordable housing available or to maintain the NOAA housing, naturally occurring affordable housing. But at the same time, the city has already, out of their general fund, made a $400,000 loan for the benefit of Fox Point and therefore corporate America. And then a smaller amount to the Iris Apartments, which are totally a not-for-profit thing. So the idea that it's okay for us to use our own general funds to make a loan to enable a corporate entity to provide affordable housing, but we cannot take care of our own, we might want to revisit that. Maybe it's not grants, maybe it's grants up to a certain amount, maybe it's loans up to a certain amount, but surely people who are here and have invested in the community are as deserving, more deserving than BlackRock. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. My name is Dave Weinbaum. I'm a resident of District 4. I got a couple of things to talk about tonight. Two of them are local and two of them are California and countywide things. The first one is the CRC. I spoke the night before the State of the City address, and I spoke about the CRC and that they are not a good neighbor. And then I learned that at the State of the City address, they actually sponsored a table after receiving a large grant from the city. I don't understand the logic behind that, and if they're needing money, they shouldn't be sponsoring tables. They should have their benefactor sponsoring those tables for them. So the CRC is not a good neighbor. They need to leave 2nd Street. I think they do good work on the domestic violence stuff, but their attraction to homeless from the whole region is just untenable for the city, and it's unfair to us, the residents of the city. The next thing is Assembly Bill 2624, the Nick Shirley Act, or whatever they're calling it. It's ridiculous. I don't understand how it even got put on the ballot or moved forward through the state assembly, with the exception of this attorney general's wife. Ridiculous. So I urge everybody in the room and all of you guys to hammer on Tasha Borner to vote no on this and whip votes to vote no on this. It's ridiculous. Then the next one is the San Diego County Board of Supervisors and Tara Lawson-Reamer's attempt to add an additional term. Term limits are vital for good governance. To add an additional 4 years to their term so they can further damage our county, ridiculous. The next one's a real hot topic, Glen Park skateboard feature. It's not a skateboard park, it's a skateboard feature. Encinitas is like the birthplace of modern skateboarding. Two brothers, Bill and Bod Bain, created Bain skateboards. They mounted Chicago trucks with Cadillac wheels to enable us to ride features. The ditch on El Camino Real. That's something I skated as a little kid on a Bain board. If the Glen Park is a great place for a small skate feature, a mellow kidney-style bowl with nice transitions, no coping or anything. It's a place for beginners and low intermediates to learn to become skaters so they can transition to the more impacted skate parks like Poods or Alga, or to pay money to go to YMCA or go down to Carmel Valley where there's big bowls and so forth. Skating is part of the blood of Encinitas. Think of the Olympians and so forth. Anyways, good night. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate the time.
Thank you. Hold on. Is this it? Right click? Okay. Hello, Council. Julie Thunder from Cardiff. I was there before the cycle track was built 6 years ago, and I'll be there long after it's destroyed, and I can't wait. The cycle track is 6 years old now, but parts look like they're dying of old age. Oops, sorry. The plastic bollards are damaged beyond repair. Their bright green color is so faded,
It no longer provides a visual safety reminder, and the reflector tape on each one no longer reflects light. These are very typical. I just didn't want to bore you with too many pictures. Even the curbs look older than their 6 years. The worst part is that on the east side, in the section starting around Las Olas and Tower 13, which goes by going north, it goes by Kai's, the Kraken, and ends at Chesterfield. We call this the drunk cyclist highway. This is the route partiers use to ride home. This is part of that route right here. Partiers use to ride home after fun times at the bars. The bollards here also no longer provide a visual barrier for cars driving by after dark. I know this because my husband and I drove home from Pacific Coast Grill the other night, and he spent years as a highway engineer, and he looked up and he goes, "Those don't even work." And if you weren't paying attention, you would definitely not see a cyclist on the other side of those after dark. The partiers on bikes feel safe on the right side of these because green bollards and jump curbs are protecting them. But they're not, because cars aren't really seeing the bollards anymore. And we know cars have jumped those curbs many, many times. There's another section heading north towards, that's Chesterfield at the top of the hill. I'll leave it on that one. Okay, that's fine. So clearly it's time to ditch the bollards and curbs that were thrown in too fast, often carelessly, during COVID. And please don't replace them with new bollards, and never replace the curbs. We don't need the unsightly green plastic lining our beautiful coast highway. We no longer need that. We've learned that this wasn't the way. So they need to be looked at quickly, because I think you guys might be vulnerable if there's an accident of some car hitting the bollard that they couldn't see. Thanks.
That concludes oral communications for tonight.
Okay, next item is number 6, report from closed session, but we didn't hold one. And then we'll move on to item 7, changes to the agenda.
Yes, we do have one change to the posted agenda. Item 10C has been removed from the agenda and will be returning to a future council meeting for consideration. And then moving to the consent calendar, item 8G as in giraffe has been pulled by the public.
Okay, and I'm going to pull 8D as in dog. Any other... Anybody else want to pull anything off the consent calendar? If not, I'll entertain a motion for the remainder. Everything except 8D as in dog, G as in George.
Motion to approve.
Okay, I've got a motion.
Second.
I've got Luke seconding. And with that, we will call the question on the consent calendar, less 8D and G. I'm pulling D.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8D.
Okay. And I think I just wanted to, during my briefing, I had some questions and there was some clarification on the section right near Saxony Place where the road got narrow, but question on how we could handle that so that we didn't have a discontinuity. And I was wondering whether staff had an update. And I don't need a full staff report.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. To make this short, we did adjust the design based on your recommendation, and this now shows the new design. The only change that happened from what is presented in the agenda report is that about 50 feet of the roadway south of Saxony Place has been converted to 10-foot lanes to be able to accommodate for the new bike lane that's added right at that narrowness at the choke of Saxony Place. Other than that, about after 50 feet, it widens up to 11 feet, and then we have a continuous bike lane as you.
And you're comfortable with doing it that way as being better? Okay, good.
And just to add a little bit more clarification, north of Saxony Place, the existing roadway widths are 10-foot lanes, so there won't be any change in lane widths going from 11 to 10 back to 11. It will be seamless. So this is, I think, a very good application here.
And that was it, relatively minor. I'll move approval of item 8D.
Second.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Any discussion? I don't see any, so call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 8G.
Okay, and I believe the public wanted the staff report.
That is correct.
Okay.
So good evening, Mayor, City Council.
There you go. There we go.
So once again, good evening, Mayor, City Council, senior staff and residents. My name is Carlos Baldenegro. I'm a senior engineer in the Engineering Department, Capital Improvement Program Division. Before you is a recommendation to approve the design and plans for the Wiro Park Improvement Project. This is the first of 3 in the playground equipment replacement project. We would also recommend authorizing the project be advertised to solicit bids for construction. A background on the park or the project. Wiro Park was created in the early 90s from 2 parcel dedications from 2 developments to the north. In 2023, city received a grant from the state parks for $600,000 to replace the playground equipment at Wiro Park and Orpheus Park. In December 2024, a neighborhood meeting was held to present to local residents a preliminary layout for the park's new playground equipment. The lion's share of comments were we wanted swings. So on April 15, 2025, the projects for all 3 parks were presented to the Parks and Recreation Commission with updated layouts, especially for Wiro Park, with 2 belt swings, and the commission approved it. On May 29, 2025, a community input meeting was held to obtain more input from residents. Our typical mailing did not reach many of the typical patrons for this park. There was an overwhelming desire for 4 swings, 2 of each type, 2 belt and 2 buckets. We fit them into the layout, but we had to sacrifice a lot of the climbing structures. And the design was updated and is what's before you for approval.
Okay, is that the end of your?
Yes.
Okay, any preliminary questions? Otherwise, I think we must have at least 1, 2. Okay, let's take public.
First speaker, Christy Clark with the time donation from Rhonda Graves, who is present, and then Ellen Burr.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Carlos, seeing you again. My name is Christy Clark, and I moved to Lievenhain the same year that Wiro Park was built, 32 years ago. What a treat for us as 57 homes with 117 children in the neighborhood, and an awesome community park. Wiro has been a gathering spot and a celebration location and a place for my community, my children, and now my grandchildren to enjoy. I want to thank you for allowing our community to participate in the planning and improvement at the park. First, they had a December meeting that they only had 3 people show up at because nobody was really notified. I mean, a couple of the neighbors, they send it like a 500 foot from the park, and we didn't even know it was happening. A sudden at the park with other grandparents hearing, did you hear they're going to take out the swings? They're going to give us a bucket swing and a belt swing and remove this swing and replace all of the equipment. And they're going to take away our sand and they're going to put in rubberized manufactured mulch, which with all the trees above it would have been a nightmare to try and clean as opposed to sand. But then we kind of rallied. We got Robert Sanchez, Carlos, a whole group of them to hold another CPP meeting in May. And more than 25 people showed up. We all put our names on an email list to be notified with additional information as they took the information that we had asked for, what to really do, what to keep, save our swings. We had an SOS. And they had that meeting in May. We heard back in June with a design. They gave us the link to the equipment provider and upon request, and asked us to give any feedback by July 3rd, 2025. And I know a number of neighbors looked at it all. I submitted something with almost 12 different options for just the little panel thing on the map. You guys, I don't know if anybody's looking at what the park looks like, but to have a few pieces on there that do nothing but stand in a space is disappointing. And we had absolute crickets after. Nobody reached back out to us. Nobody ever followed up. So in October, sent a note and said, hey, what's happening with the park? I thought this was supposed to be under process and done by March of 26 or something like that. We got a note that Robert Sanchez wasn't with the city, that Carlos was taking the program back over again. And I heard from Carlos, and what I got was, oh, thanks for reaching out. The plans have been finalized. And I was like, nobody ever looked at what we sent or called us for a second CPP meeting or anything. So, after looking at the provider's website to make recommendations for equipment, the finalized stationary non-interactive components that are still part of the current plan you're being asked to approve, we all responded, like I said, before July. And it took us following up that the plans have been finalized. Sorry, none of us were told that the park had reached that point. And we appreciate what came out of May. Keeping 4 swings, super important to us, rather than suggested 2. Replacing the sand with rubberized surface rather than engineered mulch. We'd still like a sandbox somewhere if possible, and we've talked about that. At some point, we'd love to see that revisited. The enlarged climbing and slide structure. Some of us asked in July if the little acorns, again, I don't know if you guys can see the actual, what the park is supposed to look like difficult things to climb up onto the slides from. The panels that do nothing. Could we have tic-tac-toe instead so that parents could interact with their children? We heard nothing on these suggestions, and we are very surprised by the current design layout as well, because they suddenly flip-flopped it. So the swings are now where the playground equipment was, and the playground equipment is where the swings are. And one of the neighbors says, that means I'm going to have no privacy in my backyard because people can stand right up on top of that and look over it. And I'm sure it had something to do with the fall zones and you can't have equipment that's taller than a certain amount because you need twice the space around it, which I don't understand. I know Wiro Park is a small project to Encinitas. It's a very big and important project to the 58 homes that surround it and all the homes that surround us. What we've had has been superb. And we want to make sure that the next 30 years gets that same kind of treatment for the next group of families and stuff that are coming through. And I don't know if you all know that there are 19 homes in the community that were built after the street I was built on. There were 2 other streets that got built. They pay $50 a month, have been for 32 years. Over $340,000 has been paid by those 19 homes to maintain that park. They were not told that this plan was finalized. They were not notified, hey, look, here's the preliminary. We're about to submit it to the city. And today I'm asking you that if you choose to proceed and approve these plans, that in the Resolution 2026-22, section number 2, the fourth whereas states, did I already talk for 6 minutes?
Yeah, that was 6 minutes.
Oh my gosh, it goes so fast.
Yeah.
Anyway, if you read that,
it
says that the plan.
We don't have to necessarily proceed tonight either. We can give new direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'm impressed she showed up. I'm glad somebody got back to her at some point. I am not happy because, number one, I was told, informed by at least 2 members of staff, that this was going to be going back to Parks and Rec Commission after the most recent CPP Light meeting. It never did. But regarding the CPP Light meeting in May, there is no report of that anywhere. It reports that it was held, but there is no report of the results other than what we just heard. There is no paper trail, whether it was digital or oral or actually written. And some of what apparently came out of the May meeting has been included, like a extra swing set, but flip-flopping, and I don't know about privacy issues. But that there seems to be a disconnect between what the written says about what the surface is going to be and what still appears in the architect's diagrams. And when you send out an RFP, what are they really looking at? They're looking at the sketches and the diagrams and not reading what there was regarding a report as to what's going to happen. So we need to be perfectly clear where there's going to be sand or not going to be sand, where there's going to be a rubberized surface or not a rubberized surface, where there's going to be fake mulch or no mulch. And really, you know, the communication needs to really improve on a lot of levels here. And just because it's a dinky little park that a lot of money has been put into in the past, in anticipation of improvements, doesn't mean that they should be shuffled aside, doesn't mean that we shouldn't have people getting back to our homeowners, to people who actually finally come out and communicate and do what they are asked to do. I mean, why bother if you're not going to take it into account, or at least let them know, yes, we got it, but it's not gonna happen. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, I'm going to hop in on this one first because I pulled it. And I also had reached out to Amy McCord, who lives on 11th right there, and she's been communicating with me over the last year or so about this. So I wanted to make sure we got this right. So I have a list of things, and I think the only one you didn't hit that Amy had hit me up with too was the height of the swings going from 9 feet to, so first question is, what is the height of the new swing set?
It's 7 feet.
7 feet, so it's a significant reduction from the 9 feet where it was. And I think that was part of the feedback in certainly May and maybe even back in the original. It's 4 swings, which is what the neighbors wanted, so we're good there. The 500-foot notice, and the unfortunate trouble is 500 feet in Liebenhain is like 3 houses deep. And then that's it. So we don't get very far with the notices. So,
and Mr. Mayor, that's something that we're addressing internally, and we're going to make sure that in situations like this, if we don't have a large density of a population, we're going to extend that radius to something that makes sense for all of our projects.
Yeah, that's how you get activists. You know, they hear about these things and they get active and they start getting involved and eventually they end up being mayor. And so, you know, watch it. You never know who you'll end up with mayor. Just to be clear, I believe we went and the current is sand. Then there was proposal for artificial mulch, which I agree, given the trees around that and the dogs and whatnot, it would be a heck to keep clean. But now my understanding, looking at the drawings in the report, it's a rubberized, a poured rubber
Play
product.
surface, yes.
Yeah, so it should be easy to clean. It's not ideal. I didn't write down sandbox too, but there's no sandbox right now, right?
No.
Okay.
We thought the swings were 8 feet.
1 second. So the report of this second CPP is there a report that exists for the May 2025 CPP?
No, there isn't.
There isn't.
And
so-
Mr. Mayor, the reason being, and this, for all future public meetings that we hold in the engineering department, we will do formal reports. However, just to be clear, formal CPP meetings are a coastal development and planning process. With that comes a formal report. We do neighborhood meetings, community meetings. Regularly, we take notes. We did take notes at the May meeting as well, but we don't have a formal report. That formal report is really just a process of the planning department through the CDP application process. But I think we've learned having a formal report for any public meeting is going to be something helpful for
So
everyone.
I might know something about the CPP process since it was a 1998 meeting with the Liebenheim Town Council here that it came out of, and we championed in like 2002. It did apply to quite a few of the city projects too. So, and with formal reports. So. I think where I'd like to go with this, because I think I don't want to miss the mark, and I want to make sure everybody, and this is important. This is important to the neighbors. I'd like to move that we send it back for another CPP to see if we can get the checklist done, get everybody notified. Please copy me on it, and I'll help get that neighborhood notified because I live well beyond 500 feet, but I'm nearby. I just want to make sure we do it right, and I think we'll see if that ends up changing plans or not, but there's some key requirements here, and better to stop it before we go off the rails than go off the rails and try and put it back on the track. So I'll make that motion, and it might delay the improvement a little, but I think it's what we need to do. So with that, I will recognize Councilmember San Antonio.
I will second that motion, but. I guess I was a little surprised that, thanks for bringing that up about the 19 people or residents that pay for that, the maintenance of that park, that they weren't even notified. It's kind of surprising. I mean, they've definitely put in their fees or their money into that, keeping that park up. I also, I'm a resident over there, down El Camino del Norte, so we've tried using that park ourselves. The sand was a problem with the little acorn things in them, hurts the kids' feet. I mean, we've tried every park. We have young kids, so, and that one's right by our house. So it's, it's exciting that this is in the process of being built or being changed. With that rubberized surface, I know it's not ideal, but it's, the kids love that. This looks like an awesome feature here at the park. But, thanks. But yeah, I definitely think that we should bring this back, just so that the residents all around the park are able to at least put their 2 cents worth in. I know we're never going to agree on everything, but if we can make sure that we find that nice, even compromise. I know there's stuff that clearly engineering knows more about than the public and even myself, but if there's a way that we can bring this back so that we can all find that even ground for everybody. And like I said, we're not all going to agree on everything, but I definitely think it's important. It's not, Ellen, it's not I don't think it's a dinky park. It is a small park. It's not a huge community park, but it's our community park there. And it makes sense to me that we all talk about this because I definitely think no matter how small this park is, the residents it serves, it's important. I mean, 157 kids in that neighborhood, that's a lot. Yeah, I mean, I wish we had a park in our neighborhood, but I'll rest there.
Okay, and I've got Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Sure, and it seems like an obvious, easy play to bring this back for sure. I think that everyone should have their say. They should feel like they had their say. I have more of a question, and my question is the scenario better to bring it back as a CPP? This is maybe for debate and discussion, or would it make more sense to bring it back to the Parks and Rec Commission, where the residents could have some say in the Parks and Rec Commission in response with the residents or in concert with the residents, could then direct staff at that point, make sure everything comes directly from all the residents and they all have the opportunity to participate. And so commissions often tend to be a higher percentage of participation and back and forth. So just worth that, considering that. I'm good either way. I want to support this 100%. Just want to know what your thoughts are.
If I can interject and see, I'm open to that. I think that's a discussion. The other concept I thought, but I'm always hesitant to do a subcommittee, I would prefer sending it to Parks and Rec. And if, okay, I will withdraw my motion and reinstate it as what Councilmember or Deputy Mayor O'Hara just said, and send it back to Parks and Rec for a meeting, but with the same requirement. I'd like to get notified. I suspect Councilmember San Antonio would like to be notified, and we'll make sure that the neighbors 500 feet plus are notified. You know, all of Colony Point should be notified, absolutely, and plus then wherever the Brandenburgs live, that street, the next street over to the south. Yeah, that's it, El Camino del Norte. Yeah, yep, exactly. So I got a motion and a second, and Councilmember Lyons.
In reading the documents, I'm happy to see that many of your comments have been addressed in the documents, but I think where we can do better is with our communication back to the neighborhood, so I'm happy to support this motion.
Yeah, cool. And with that, we'll call the question.
Real quick, before you vote, did the seconder accept those changes? Okay. Thank you. That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10A.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is item 10A is, public hearing to introduce and consider amendments to the city's short-term rental ordinance as modified by the California Coastal Commission. Contact person is Associate Planner Brenner. And this is a public meeting, so I'll go through the process we go through for public meetings. First, we will have a staff report given. I will then ask the council to disclose any other information they have received that is not included in the staff report. We will then have preliminary questions, followed by, I will open the public hearing. We will have public speakers, then we will close the public hearing, and council will discuss and take action. So with that, we'll go to the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm Charlotte Brenner, here tonight to present item 10A, to introduce and consider amendments to the city's short-term rental ordinance as modified by the California Coastal Commission. I'd like to provide a brief high-level background of how we got to where we are today. In 2021, the City Council established a short-term rental subcommittee and directed staff to amend the short-term rental regulations in Chapter 9.38. Staff returned to the City Council with amendments to Chapter 9.38 to provide additional enforcement regulations to the municipal code. City Council then directed staff to return to the Council with a data-driven analysis to establish a maximum number of non-hosted short-term rentals to limit concentration within a particular location, zone, or neighborhood. Staff returned to the City Council with a data-driven analysis and ultimately developed 2 ordinances to establish limits on the number of short-term rentals in the city. At the end of 2022, after receiving public input through public hearings, the City Council adopted ordinance numbers 2022-15 and 2022-16, which established maximum percent capacities and radiuses for non-hosted short-term rentals, which I will describe further in my next slide. In 2023, the city submitted the adopted ordinances with the local coastal program amendment to the California Coastal Commission. And between 2023 and 2025, staff worked closely with the Coastal Commission staff to provide additional data and answered all of their questions. As a result, Coastal Commission staff deemed the city's local coastal program amendment complete in 2025, and due to staff's close coordination, collaboration, and negotiations with the Coastal Commission, there was only one amendment to the previously approved 2022 City Council actions. On February 5th of this year, the Coastal Commission held a public hearing and approved the city's short-term rental ordinance with one modification, additional modification, resulting in a total of 2 modifications to the 2022 ordinances. The 2 adopted ordinances established regulations to reduce the impacts of short-term rentals. The regulations included a cap on non-hosted short-term rentals and excluded the Sea Bluff community as it was built in the 1970s specifically to be used for second homes, and vacation rentals. The non-hosted short-term rental caps approved included a 4% cap west of the I-5, a 2.5% cap citywide, and the ordinance also established a 200-foot radius between non-hosted short-term rentals citywide and extended the permit term from a 1-year renewal to a 3-year renewal and other cleanup items for consistency of terms regulating short-term rentals. The Coastal Commission approved these regulations, and they will go into effect after the City Council adopts the 2 proposed modifications made by the Coastal Commission. The ordinance I'm presenting tonight is limited in scope to the 2 specific modifications made by the Coastal Commission on February 5th. Coastal Commission staff recommended that the Coastal Commission approve the short-term rental ordinance with one modification. The required modification was that the city incorporate the existing minimum night stay requirement for non-hosted short-term rentals currently regulated in Title IX be moved into Title 30, which is part of the city's local coastal program. This revision would allow the Coastal Commission to have the authority to review any future changes to the minimum night stay for consistency with local coastal program, including adequate visitor serving accommodations, availability, and accessibility of short-term rentals for a broad range of visitors and public access to the coast. On the day of the Coastal Commission hearing, the Commission made an unexpected modification to the short-term rental ordinance, which was to reduce the 3-night minimum stay to a 2-night minimum stay. The Coastal Commission found that a 3-night minimum stay requirement does not align with the traditional 5-day work week, thereby limiting availability of coastal access for visitors and creating an equity issue. The Commission also found that Encinitas was different than other surrounding coastal cities such as Del Mar, with less visitor-serving commercial uses and a higher prevalence of residential uses. Ultimately, the Coastal Commission approved the city's short-term rental ordinance with 2 required modifications. These modifications were to reduce the 3-night minimum stay to a 2-night minimum and add the 2-night minimum into the local coastal program. In order to comply with the Coastal Commission's modification, staff proposes the following amendments to the short-term rental ordinance to add a new Section D of Chapter 30.50, which reduces the 3-night stay to 2-night stay. And the same amendments have been proposed to Title IX to reduce the 3-night minimum to 2-night minimum for consistency as required by the Coastal Commission. No additional amendments have been made to the short-term rental ordinance. Notice of this public hearing was posted on March 27th, 2026. Additionally, because this project requires a local coastal program amendment, the Coastal Act requires a 6-week notice of availability for public review, which started on April 14th and will conclude on May 26th. The 6-week notice of availability is required to elapse prior to any final action being taken by the City Council on local coastal program amendments. It is important to note that the city's short-term rental ordinance and the local coastal program amendment will not become effectively certified by the Coastal Commission or implemented throughout the city until the city adopts Coastal Commission's required modifications. If these revisions are not approved, the city's previously approved short-term rental ordinance will become null and void, and the city would not have regulations such as a 200-foot radius requirement or the ability to limit the number of non-hosted short-term rentals and their associated impacts. If the City Council introduces the ordinance tonight, then adopts the ordinance at a future hearing, staff will send the adopted ordinance to Coastal Commission staff, and the Coastal Commission Executive Director will deem the local coastal program amendment certified at the next Coastal Commission hearing. Thereafter, the city's short-term rental ordinance will be implemented, and the ordinance shall take effect the later of 30 days of City Council adoption or following certification of the Coastal Commission. Indirectly related to the ordinance update, staff would like to provide additional information to clarify and summarize previous and ongoing efforts related to short-term rental enforcement and transient occupancy tax or TOT collection. The city has a multifaceted approach to short-term rental enforcement that starts at permitting, which includes a short-term rental permit, a TOT license, a business license, and a remittance account record. Prior to the approval of a short-term rental permit, the permit is reviewed by planning, finance, and code enforcement staff for compliance with the existing regulations in the municipal code. This review includes, but is not limited to, confirming the unit is up to date with TOT payments, reviewing the number of bedrooms, parking spaces, maximum occupancy, and ensuring the city permit is listed on the advertisement and that the rental has liability insurance. Chapter 9.38, regulating short-term rentals, includes robust regulations and enforcement tools such as suspension or revocation of a short-term rental permit for any violation of the code, and fees which start at $1,500. Violations of this code section include, but is not limited to, public nuisance, loud noise, unruly gatherings, and special events on a short-term rental property. Additionally, the city contracts with Host Compliance, a specialized software that monitors unpermitted short-term rentals and activities. When an unpermitted unit is identified, Host Compliance will issue a notice advising the owner to cease operation until a city permit is obtained. In 2024, city staff enforced 130 short-term rental cases, which led to about 1.2 million back-paid TOT. Enforcement of short-term rentals was hindered in late 2025 through 2026 due to a shortage of code enforcement staff. The city is now back to 3 full-time code enforcement officers, and the city manager and city council have directed staff to prioritize enforcement efforts, including funding for an additional officer dedicated to short-term rental compliance. The new officer is anticipated to start near the end of the summer. Staff anticipates that 5 to 10 unpermitted short-term rental code enforcement cases can be initiated a week, enabling the city to address all currently identified units within 1 year. Host Compliance indicates that approximately 200 unpermitted short-term rental units are operating within the city, and it's estimated that $1.5 million in unpaid TOT could be recovered through these enforcement efforts. Development Services staff is working closely with the Finance Department to refine the TOT collection process, including requiring monthly receipts for each rental. A code update is not required for these policy changes, as the language to authorize the city to collect receipts monthly or quarterly for each rental already exists in Chapter 3.12 related to TOT collection. Staff recommends that the City Council introduce ordinance number 2026-08 to incorporate the Coastal Commission's modifications to Title 30 and Title 9. Once introduced by the City Council, staff anticipates bringing this item back for adoption on May 27th to comply with the local coastal program amendment 6-week notice of availability requirement, which will conclude on May 26th. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Okay, thank you. And so next will be disclosure. So if we can start down at the far end, and any disclosures from council.
I have nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I have nothing to disclose. Any preliminary questions from council? After, okay. I can wait till after, too. So how many public speakers?
We have 5 at the moment.
Okay, let's go with public speakers, and I will make sure I'm doing this in the right, open the public hearing.
First 3 speakers, Maria Greenwald with the time donation from Gary Greenwald, who is present, Kevin, and then Molly Hentlian.
Good evening, and thank you for your service. I'm Maria Greenwald, and we've lived in Encinitas for the last 17 years. It's an amazing community. So I wanted to talk about the whole house non-hosted short-term rentals. These are empty houses with no host. Can't borrow an egg, can't ask for any information. Cities everywhere are being forced to upregulate short-term rental impacts. So I have a brief review of how we got to the 3-night minimum. This is a picture of the whole house rentals, non-hosted. There are over 250, and you see along the coast, it's almost a hotel row. The city and the neighbors worked very hard prior to 2020 to establish a 3-night minimum stay for whole house rentals. As I mentioned, there's 250 of these, and many are owned by outside corporations. There's nobody there. Numerous code violations were written up by residents complaining of noise, loud music, parking on sidewalks, garbage on the streets, fireworks, flooding, loud parties, and a lot of alcohol. In 2020, we had a petition, and we signed 318 residents here in Encinitas requesting the city to please regulate these non-host STVRs. And there's the web address. So the trigger for this discussion tonight is that the Coastal Commission has reduced our Encinitas short-term rental limit to 2 nights. The Encinitas staff was new. I listened to the February meeting on Zoom, and when the council member asked why the 3-night minimum, they answered, I don't know. I didn't work for the city of Encinitas prior to 2020. At the same meeting, a few minutes later, the Coastal Commission approved Delmar's 3-night minimum on non-hosted rentals. They did answer the question. So our request is to take the next step. We need to preserve the 3-night minimum. So I'm going to give you a brief review. These rentals convert our residential neighborhoods into de facto commercial lodging zones. Since the institution of the 3-night minimum several years ago, we've gone 3 years with 3-night minimum. We've seen a huge decrease in hotel-like rapid turnover, loud noise and music, parking congestion, garbage, fireworks, and alcohol. It is difficult to provide actionable proof for code enforcement. We do report the violations, we turn them in, but code enforcement really can't do anything. The fireworks were last night. Rentals in party nights. What happens is that 2-night allows the parties. You arrive at 4 p.m. check-in, you party hardy the next day and night, and then you leave the second day. When it's 3 nights, the frat parties, the corporate cocktail parties, the bridal showers, 4th of July parties, bachelor parties, quinceañera parties, these all had 30 to 50 guests. Parking was crazy. And we reported all these to the code enforcement. This is a copy I collected. If you look at the little tags on the side, those are each individual violations being reported. Code enforcement filed them away, but we couldn't do anything. So they include fireworks, a broken gutter, and it just bang, bang, bang for months, and the corporate owner wouldn't fix it. We also had a smoke alarm go off for 30 hours. We called the fire department, but there's no fire. Then there's trash, it's multiple times. Noise, multiple times. Construction, multiple times. The jacuzzi water is dumped over the side off the bluff because whoever is the current vendor, they hire to clean the water off the jacuzzi between the guests. So if you do 2 nights, 3 times a week, they're going to dump all that jacuzzi water onto the bluff. We couldn't get the corporate owners to care. We did report the violations. We've reported to the sheriff for the parking, health code violations, to the state and city for health department issues. And there was a large movie screen, 30 feet wide, placed on the back patio, booming movies through the evening, and we couldn't get them to turn it off. We asked to continue the 3-night minimum for whole house rentals because it reduces neighbor noise, trash, congestion, disturbances, and party nights. Once this restriction came into effect, the violations drastically improved. We worked for years for a good solution, and this was a great solution. So the Coastal Commission approved the 3-night minimum for Del Mar for whole house rentals. Why not us? Please. And what I'm asking is specific. It says in your ordinance that the California Coastal Commission would have the opportunity to review any future changes to the minimum night stay. Please request with this data why we need a 3-day minimum stay on non-hosted rentals. They will happily give us the same agreement that they gave to Del Mar. Thank you.
I have a question. If we didn't take the action tonight and it delayed the implementation of the 200-foot limit, and is that a trade-off you'd want to do, or are you thinking we should go back, accept what we have tonight, get the current law started completely within the coastal zone, and then go back and ask for a 3-night minimum in a separate
I would
action?
ask the City Council to approve. I wrote in support of this ordinance because I think in general it's a good step.
Okay.
And as the staff mentioned, it was a surprise to them in the February meeting when Coastal Commission just jumped this gun and they didn't have a chance to prepare. Why did we need the 3?
Okay, so go forward tonight, but go back and
Right.
do our homework on the 3 nights.
That's exactly what it said, that they can make future changes to the minimum night stay, but it has to come from CCC.
Understood.
So you make the request, then it's a simple thing for them to adjust.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. I'd like to give a shout out to our deputies for all you do for us here in Encinitas and the County of San Diego. Great job. So I too am opposed to the change from the 2 nights or the 3 nights to the 2 nights minimum. And a lot of this has to do with hosted versus non-hosted. So your definition for your hosted is a property owner or permanent resident lives on site, typically in the same dwelling or an attached unit throughout the guest stay. A non-hosted property, it's where the owner does not reside on site, acting as a vacation rental or an investment property rather than a home share. And I think those are key to this discussion because a lot of your non-hosted units, as was discussed eloquently prior to me, are investment properties. They are owned by outside personnel that don't live in the community, that live in other states possibly, or even hedge funds. So we need to take this carefully as we proceed. So the difference between a 2 and a 3 night stay is with the 3 night stay, with a 2 night stay, it's a higher turnover. With a 3 night stay, you see a 29% decrease in turnover. So you average about 71 stays per year if you have full occupancy in a 3 night stay, vice 100 stays per year in a 2 night occupancy. So longer stays attract different people. They attract families and destination travelers who tend to spend more in the community. They're quiet, they're respectful, They're less likely to have parties, less likely to produce noise. You have fewer parking complaints and fewer trash issues. So it's a completely different demographic that you're attracting with a 3-night stay versus a 2-night stay. STRs also take away from our housing stock, causing higher rent, displacing our residents. It destroys neighborhood character, and it causes increased crime. In Chicago, they saw a 16% decrease in crime when they banned STRs from certain neighborhoods. As noted before, Del Mar follows a 3-day minimum, and Solana Beach is 7 days, which would be ideal, but I don't see that happening. Just an aside, someone in our community has a non-hosted unit, but they do rent it out for 2 nights. So they're in violation of the code as it currently exists. I was coming home one day after dropping my girls off at school, and I see this guy dumping all his trash into our recycle bins. So I said,
Sorry.
Sorry, okay.
Thank you.
Molly Hintlian, District 2. The first speaker had a fabulous presentation, very well researched, so thank you. I also have a concern on the 2-night minimum. While I support the 200-foot rule, it's key. In my neighborhood, we have over 20 STRs easily, and I think those are just the legal ones. And on my street of 30 twin homes, which is 60 units, we have 5 STRs. That's over 8%. And specifically, one across the street from me, both twin homes are STRs. So the nuisance is real, the coming and going, and I've complained, some of them aren't even staying 2 nights or 3 nights, they're staying 2 and sometimes 1. So the 200-foot distance really matters. And it's drastically modified our neighborhood. Also, I'd like to know, how does the city monitor the reporting of the tenant occupancy tax? Because I did an PRA of the 2 units across the street from me. One is doing it by the book. They were reporting $15,000 a month in revenue. The other one that's booked just as much is only reporting about half that. So I find a flaw in our reporting system on how do you modify that. And as the first speaker said, when you file a complaint using the app or the process, the person's long gone, and by the time code enforcement can come out, it's like a week too late, 2 weeks after. So I'd like to definitely focus on the TOT reporting and also ensure that if we do pass this tonight, to make sure, because of the 200-foot rule is important for a small neighborhood like Pacific Serena. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Weston Jackson, followed by Kimberly Jackson, and then Christy Clark.
Can I go before Weston? I'm Kimberly. Is that okay?
Yes. I assume you're related.
Yes, he's my son.
So you can handle it at
Is
home.
that okay?
If there's any argument,
Yeah, no,
it
he's
won't be
mine.
here.
He's
Okay,
all
cool.
mine.
Okay, cool.
Hi, my name's Kimberly Jackson, and I recognize some of you from back in the day. It's been a long time. Thank you for your work on this item. I operate a small local firm called Vacation Rentals by Kimberly, and I wanted to mention to the Greenwalds, I'm really sorry that party has happened to you and that kind of neighbor has happened. I'm very happy to talk with you after and get with that owner and educate them on how a vacation rental should be operated. I manage many Encinitas homes for elderly homeowners here in town, and I'm here to oppose the short-term rental ordinance and ask that you make some amendments. The 200-foot radius rule basically eliminates the ability for anybody in the future to operate a vacation rental. Maybe our mayor wants to go travel Europe when he's done being the mayor for a year, and he will not be able to probably do that because of the 200-foot radius rule. So it kind of boxes out anybody who might want to rent their home in the future responsibly. And I want to also ask that, certainly west of the 101, it would box out anybody from being able to use their home in that fashion. I also kindly ask that you eliminate the orders where you send code enforcement officers into homes for permits and renewals. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars and is not done in any neighboring cities like the city of Carlsbad, Solana Beach, Del Mar, or the city of San Diego. It's government overreach. Lastly, we do support the Coastal Commission's notion to offer a 2-night minimum. It's not something we do regularly, but when there is a gap, or maybe a family has a UCSD procedure or a Scripps procedure and they need lodging, it allows us to lodge a family for 2 nights when that is something that is needed. It's not for parties. Nobody responsibly allows parties in town. He can attest to that. Like, we would be roasted at the stake if we had a party in a home. So that's not anything that we would ever support. So thank you so much for working so hard on this. We really appreciate it. And please know that all of these taxpayer dollars will go away with that 200-foot radius rule as the unit goes away, because 200 feet is a really small space and you're not going to be able to bring a new house to market in the future. Thank you.
Now, is it Weston?
Weston, and then following Weston is Christy Clark.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Weston Jackson. I'm 18 years old and senior in high school at Torrey Pines. That was my mom. And I work for VRB Kim, which is her company. I'm here to oppose Rule 10A. The 200-foot radius rule is a de facto ban. New permits won't be issued west of the 101. I'm also here to oppose code enforcement coming into the homes to issue permits. It's government overreach. Lastly, I do support 2-night minimum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christy?
Hello again. I'm in favor of the 2-night minimum for non-hosted rentals. I have one in Encinitas, and I'm required to provide my phone number displayed in public on the outside of the house if anybody on the street has a complaint about who's staying in that home. And I have to respond immediately. I know my neighbors next to my rental. I'm in constant contact with them. And they use my home. They contact me and ask to rent it when their family comes to visit because they don't have enough space. We're limited to how many people we're allowed based on the bedrooms. If I have 3 bedrooms, I'm allowed 7 people. If a dog barks, I have to deal with it immediately. The city requires inspections annually of building codes being complied with at my home, and they inspect the entire home, even though I have a second unit on it. They go through my second unit that's not on the rental to make sure that I'm following all building code enforcements or whatever. If I have that long-term rented, by the way, nobody comes to inspect my house. Nobody makes sure the steps are not, are to code or the fire extinguisher is good or anything like that. Nobody's inspecting that. I have to upkeep all aspects of my house because I have to make it attractive for somebody else to come and rent it, the inside and the outside, so it always looks great. And if I rented it long-term, the neighbors could end up with anybody. I mean, you'd have somebody who revs their motorcycle at 4 o'clock in the morning on their way to work. You could have somebody with 3 teenagers and they all have a car and they're parking on the street. I'm required as a rental to have off-street parking. So I'm still a good neighbor, and with a 2-night minimum, and I have restrictions. I'm not even allowed to have like more than 10 people, I think, something like that, at the house at any given time for any event. So again, if somebody complains then that person is in violation. That one person should be penalized, not all the people who are using a second house to, have it as an income. And I'm being a good neighbor. So thank you.
That concludes speakers. I will note that Gary Greenwald registered support of the recommended action, but chose not to speak.
Okay, and we will go to council deliberation. Did we get everything? Oh, close the public hearing? There we go. Now we'll go to council discussion. And Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. As far as this motion, I talked about it in the staff briefing. I am significantly in favor of a 3-night minimum. And that's kind of a big point for me. I know the 200-foot radius, it sounds like we would be in support, or some residents would be in support of tonight's motion with the idea to change that. But I do think that the 3-night minimum is, it is a barrier, and I don't know how, what I had heard is that the Coastal Commission says it's about beach access. And in a city that has free parking, has more than enough, well, not enough, but parking for people to come down. There's more than enough rentals as far as either hotels or other ways to stay in the town and use the beach for those 2 nights if they choose to be there. But that difference in what was presented, the difference in the type of renter, the type of parties, and again, I recognize that, Christy, that your last, as what you just spoke about, it is on you, but the fact is, and you might be a good tenant and holding that, but we have a lot of people that aren't holding to that. And so it does come down to code enforcement and how we can go through that. I am a little bit split on whether the code enforcement goes through for the inspections. I do think it's a good policy as of right now for other reasons. But as far as I'm concerned, I really don't want to vote on anything that the Coastal Commission deems it their place to dictate whether we do 2 nights or 3 nights when we have more than enough empty rooms, hotel spaces for people to rent, other than a VRBO. It's just not. That's not a requirement in life. It's a nice to have, not a need to have. And we have the space, we have the openings for people to get down here and use our community, and we are wide open. But 3 nights, in my opinion, is absolutely where I think the city wants to be and where I think our future holds.
Okay, I'll hop in now. I have a few questions of staff. First, let me see where to start. The 3-night minimum that we enacted, did it get enforced anywhere in the city, or was it being enforced outside of the coastal zone?
The 3-night minimum was approved in the original ordinance of Chapter 9.38. So we did create that 3-night minimum. So it's been enforced for the past 3 years.
Okay.
And then the Coastal Commission made the direction to 2 nights.
Okay.
For non-hosted specifically.
But we haven't. So it's been enforced up till today, and will continue until if and when we change it to the 2-night, assume whatever we do tonight.
Yes.
Okay. And then what was my second question? Here it is. 200-foot radius makes sense. I can figure that out when I'm in single family. What happens when I get into a multifamily? How do I measure 200 feet? If I'm 10 feet below a unit above, does that mean there's only one non-hosted STVR in a multifamily building that's 200 feet long by 200 feet?
So short-term rentals are only permitted in single family or
okay.
duplexes.
Okay, so that's how we do that. Good. And then the cap that we have today, the 4% and the 2.5% citywide, that is only non-hosted, and there is no cap on hosted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And about what is our split between hosted and non-hosted of the permitted ones we have? And I know we have 200 unpermitted.
Let me share my screen. Oh. Let me get to that slide. This is an updated map. So citywide, we have 319 short-term rentals. 251 of those are non-hosted, and 68 are hosted.
Okay, That gives me a very good idea right there. And now if we go forward tonight with the 200-foot limit, and we have 2 units within 200 feet, are they both legal non-conforming in that case, and they continue operating?
Yes.
Okay, we don't pick like the older one and say, you're the one that is legal. We're going to make them both legal non-conforming. So if either of the uses lapse for 180 days, they would lose their legal non-conforming status and would have to, so they have to stay in compliance and not lapse more than 6 months. Okay, great, that answers that. And then I was looking up SB 346, which I think that was in the report about a future change. I'm forgetting, page 6. Where we can get, it mentions SB 346 where the state passed that Airbnb and VRBO have to provide certain information to us. Is that a future rule we should add to our local code?
Yeah, the way the state law works is that we have to adopt an ordinance to implement that.
Okay.
The way we would adopt it was we'd adopt those provisions into Title IX. That way we wouldn't have to go back to coastal for it.
Oh, and that was my next question. Is that something, that adoption, would that have to go to coastal for review? Is that part of the LCP?
The provisions that would require us to be able to use that state law would not have to require to go back to coastal.
Okay. Now, I'm going to now switch into more deliberation mode. I definitely support the 200-foot. I support the 3-night. I want to go forward with what we have in front of us tonight because I don't want to wait another 2.5 years, 3 years, whatever coastal would take. But I would entertain moving forward with a 3-night if we have consensus here, and that's the direction from the council. I would go forward with the 3-night and consider SB 346 changes and any other cleanup in the code we'd like to do. So I think that's where I am. With that, I'm going to yield to Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. That was a good summary of how the ordinance actually has been working for us. As mentioned by a couple of the speakers, maybe one, but I recognize several of you. I was on the committee back when we really did a deep dive into this in 2020. We led a committee that did a lot of public outreach over 9 months to get a lot of the input from those who own and run short-term vacation rentals and their neighbors. Things that haven't been emphasized as much as I would like to emphasize so far in the comments is my belief is that this is really a serious quality of life concern for our residents. And I really feel for our residents, and I think we should. It's essentially like having a business with different, in a residential zone with different users every couple days. And these, especially the non-hosted short-term vacation rentals, have had a history of being disruptive. And essentially what we were intending to do was to address that and also to address how we can be fair about future vacation rental owners and their opportunities to have a business in our city too. So it was a delicate balance to hit those things that we hit in this ordinance, and that includes the 200 feet, and then that includes many of the things that have already been talked about. But what I like to hear is that I feel like we've been successful over the last 3 years and that this has been applied here in our city, and I'm hearing that the feedback is overall very good and constructive. We always have more we can learn, so I'm happy to learn more as we go along, but I'm going to fall into the court of those of us up here who really support what we've done so far and would like it to move forward. I do want to be sensitive, though, to the fact that the Coastal Commission, they loved everything we did, yay for us, except for this 2-night stay in the non-hosted. So if we need to approve this with the Coastal Commission's request for 2-night stay, I would be in support of that if there's a mechanism for us to then approach the Coastal Commission and ask for them to waive that. I haven't yet seen anything presented that would make me think we're any different than some of our neighbors who have been allowed to have more night stay than 2-night stay. So I think we could get a more rigorous dialogue around that, where we can be specifically responsive to what the Coastal Commission may have inaccurately assumed about our community in order to request us to have the 2-night stay, because I think the 3-night stay is not only appropriate for our community, but has worked well for us for the last 3 years. So that summarizes my points. I do have a question for Scott and your team. Could you tell me a little bit more about how you understand that mechanism if we do move forward with, as requested by the Coastal Commission, but then coming and requesting from them reconsideration of the number of nights?
Sure. Staff did reach out to Coastal and asked, how that mechanism might work. This isn't a regular course of action, obviously. And like it was mentioned before, it was a last-minute ask or requirement that we weren't prepared for, so that was true. But from the feedback that we got from Coastal staff is that the whole process would have to start over. So we'd have to re-adopt a new introduction to an ordinance completely from the beginning.
That seems different than what I'm hearing.
Sure. And Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't that what Coastal staff mentioned?
Yes. They've told us that if we don't approve this 2-night minimum, we would have to start over and resubmit a local coastal program amendment from the beginning.
I think I'm asking the question a little bit differently, so maybe it's important how I'm asking it, and that is, what if we approve this? Yes. And then, what is the mechanism? And Maria, you had some language, and I'm not asking you to repeat it, but I trust what you told us, that there's.
I think I can respond to that question.
Thank you, Scott.
I'm
sorry, but I was referring to what you did present. Thank you. I see, okay.
But I'm happy to respond. If the council were to adopt with the changes that the Coastal Commission wants from 3 to 2 nights, then we could go back and file another request for just a change for that specific requirement. I'm not sure what the Coastal Commission will tell us if there's a delay period for that. We can certainly consult with them. They might have internal policies or provisions for that, but from a perspective of the ask, we certainly can ask to change any of our LCPs. Just because we've approved it once doesn't mean that we can't change it later.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. Thanks. I'll stand down.
Okay, I'm going to, before I ask the question of the mayor, I'm going to actually follow up on that. So along the lines of what Councilmember Lyons was saying, if we were to start over, what policy would then be in place here? And what would starting over look like?
If the council decides not to adopt this introduction and not move forward with it or change it from what the Coastal Commission has approved, it completely null and voids our LCP amendment that we've been processing for several years. That's what the Coastal Commission feedback staff has told us.
But do we go, so what is the result of that? Do we go back to what's currently the policy?
What's on the books now?
Okay, so we'd go back to 3 nights, and we would go back to Coastal Commission.
But without the other provisions that the council worked through. Right.
In other words, we don't have 200.
Right.
We don't have 200 foot on the books right now, so we'd go back to 3-night minimum, no 200 feet limitation.
No cap for percentages wise.
And yeah.
Okay, and then we'd have to go back and start over for the rest. Yeah.
So it's a balancing of what, if you were thinking of it that way, it's what's more important to you.
Okay. Appreciate that clarification. Couple of questions. Moving Title IX to Title 30, I know that moves it to, so it has to fit in the LCP, but does it also mean it has to go back to CCC for any changes, or does that mean it just has to fit under our LCP?
So the provisions that were that were incorporated into Title 30, the land use provisions of the short-term lodging requirements, they're always going to be LCP subject to, except for areas that are not in our local coastal program area, which is a very small area.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, are you?
No, go ahead.
I didn't mean to cut you off. If I did, I apologize. In the Coastal Commission meeting, why did Del Mar, when they responded to their question, why did they say they needed 3 nights minimum, and why were they approved?
So I'll try to tag team this a little bit with staff, but from speaking to staff and basically the way that process moved was that one of the commissioners presented the idea to make their requirement a 2-day as well, and the response was that Del Mar is different than Encinitas. This is Coastal Commissions. This is the commission.
That was the gist of it?
There might have been more, but
I can chime in. We provided extensive data on the visitor serving accommodations that Encinitas has, bedroom count, campsites, hotels coming in, the ones that we've approved. And compared to Del Mar, they found that Encinitas per capita has a lower visitor serving accommodations than Del Mar does because they're such a small city. So that really was, if you listen back to the hearing, that was their finding for the difference between Del Mar and Encinitas.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation. On this April 2026 STR data, I'm noting this is under the current 3-night policy, correct? That's pretty healthy. That's a pretty healthy map that we've got there. I assume this wouldn't change restrictions on any commercial use, whether it can be used for, whether you can rent out your STVR for photo shoots and things like that. That language will still remain the same regardless of what we decide tonight?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then, hold on, sorry, my note's a little scribbled. Within this, if we make this decision, is there anything that limits us one way or another from changing the ability to apply like a restriction on the number of non-hosted within the city? If say we were to go down in that direction in the future, would the decision tonight limit us in our ability to do that?
So I think your question was if the ordinance is introduced tonight and subsequently approved, does that limit us going forward to making a change subsequently?
Yeah, so kind of like on here, I see 251 non-hosted units within the city. If we decided, you know what, 250 is enough, we're going to cap it at 250 non-hosted.
No, it wouldn't. We'd just have to go through the LCP process like we went through this process so far.
And then within that, it doesn't, and I'm asking just to be thorough, if we were to create districts to make sure, kind of like gerrymandering happens in different places, but to effectively make sure that the policy is applied somewhat evenly or appropriately given the zoning of the neighborhood, whether it's a neighborhood, obviously, we wanted to be more sensitive to the residents who live there full-time versus a neighborhood where there might be more retail and less of that, so there's less impact on a neighborhood. That would limit our ability to do that?
It would not limit our ability to look at areas of the city and try to strategize them or look at findings that make it more similar to the reason that they approved Del Mar or other cities with the 3-night versus 2-night. No, it'd be something that would be an effective tool, actually. It's a good suggestion.
Okay, I appreciate that. I appreciate all those answers. It's very, very helpful in this process. I have one more question. It's for the mayor. Can you define your motion a little bit better for me? I'm not sure. We had the suggested motion by Maria Greenwald, which was accept the 2-day and then apply for the 3-day. or accept what's in, I maybe misquoting, accept what's in front of us, but apply for the 3-day. Is that, okay? Is that what you're suggesting, or are you suggesting something that wasn't clear to me? I
Okay,
just wanted to
let me
get
just check.
clarification.
Did we have a motion? Okay, good.
I
Yeah.
think it was just concepts.
I think, I was speaking,
okay.
but I'm more than willing to make it into a motion from what I've heard, but we can wait or I can go now. The motion would be to approve tonight's recommendation so as to get through the Coastal Commission in a fairly short time, meaning months, not multiple years, but to look at additional changes such as going to a 3-night minimum and agendize in the future locally whether we change our ordinance, and look at other changes like SB 346, I think is what it was, and how we might want to invoke that.
Okay, appreciate the
So that,
clarification.
I'll make that a motion. And now we'll go on to.
I'll second your
And I
motion.
got a second there. Now we'll go on to Councilmember San Antonio.
If we do approve this tonight, and we do, so it's 2 nights, and then we do want to seek out that 3rd night, how long does that take, or how long do you think that would, is it like a year or longer?
So the last review of this cycle took a long time. This would be more focused.
Yeah.
But it could take a long time. The Coastal Commission asked for a lot of data. That back and forth takes some time. I mean, I would estimate a year.
Okay.
You talking about for the new ordinance? I'm just interjecting. Yeah, but Coastal Commission review cycles have been closer to 2 years lately, right?
Right.
Just so I don't want to send a false expectation.
Yeah, I just, it sounded like we could do this right away, or we could apply for it and it could change it, but it sounds like it's.
No, which is
No,
why
I mean,
why do what's in front of us and move on. So I'm sorry, I'm interjecting.
No, it's, yeah, that was my only question. It seems like it was going to be able to happen fairly quickly, and you were in agreement that, we could do that, but it still sounds like it's quite a while for that to go through.
Yeah, like the mayor mentioned, the fastest they could do it is a year under their time periods, but they've been running longer.
Yeah.
Much longer.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, so you gave us our answer about Del Mar with their 3 nights and how different we are. I'm assuming they're fairgrounds or something of that nature, but I don't see them being much different, and I think that we have more space maybe per capita. I don't know. I'd like to see those percentages, really. And then Solana Beach does 7 nights? What's Solana Beach minimum? Carlsbad?
Go ahead.
So good question. The Solana Beach minimum stay is 7 nights.
I mean, it's just appalling that this Coastal Commission thinks that they can actually effectively try to dictate how the beach users and how we use the city and whatnot. I would make a subsequent motion to deny this tonight and send it all the way back. I know it's been a lot of work, and I'm sorry to you, to the staff, for where that sits, but it's just appalling. And I get the 200-foot radius, but the 3 nights is already there, and can we still enforce that, Bryant?
Yes, correct. It's still enforceable.
Okay, well, we need to get better at it and get better at our TOT and get all that stuff. I think the type of resident that we have here, there's a lot of residents that spend their life earnings to be here. It's not easy to be here anymore. There was a time when you could mistakenly be here in Encinitas. It's no longer the case. It just isn't. So the fact of the matter is people are spending their life savings, their entirety of what they have to be here. And to have somebody come in and either a business that doesn't have, they live somewhere other than Encinitas full time, and then there's somebody that's spent their whole life to get here or to be here, and they have a party all night, times every single, and because Del Mar has a 12 o'clock curfew or shut down on their bars, and Solana Beach doesn't have the greatest nightlife, that puts us the kind of the first major nightlife north of PB. So it becomes very easy for a post-college, that late 20s, early 30s to come and use this place kind of as they see fit. And it's just not what this community was designed around. I don't mind tourism, but done right and in the locations that were business districts. Not some random, street that somebody bought there, and then all of a sudden, because the advent of these things, people can do this. It's just not appropriate. Now that the city, the Coastal Commission thinks that we can't provide enough beach access, it's downright, it's a slap in the face. And the fact that they did it last minute, I would only have to think that there's some probably big business company, it might be, BlackRock, if you will, that might have some some ability to twist something there. Because this is just appalling that they would do that. And the two cities to their south actually use a 3-night and a 7-night minimum. So I think that we could probably come up with a little bit better case that when our city directly adjacent to us is using a 7-night, that we could at least do a 3-night. And then we've already been doing it for 3 years. So besides the 200-foot minimum, the percentages is really the only other thing, the 4% and the 2.5%. Is that the major stuff? Send it back. Second, I'm gonna sit on my motion.
So you have a substitute motion
Substitute
you're
motion.
offering. And do I have a second on that substitute motion? And if I don't, I think it fails for lack of a second. I think I'm up now. So you went down the path I was going with. If Solana Beach is 7 days and Del Mar is a very unique case, it doesn't even make it all the way to I-5. It barely makes it to the top of the hill. So if you look at the area of number of hotels per capita, of course, they didn't include the population that we include all the way back to Rancho Santa Fe. So I think a comparison to Solana Beach would be a better comparison, or even the combination of Solana Beach and Del Mar, and see what the ratios are there. But I think we can make one heck of a good argument in the future when we come back to it that we could get a three-night stay. And I think 3 nights is the correct one. I think 7 is too much, and 3 nights is the right number. It's the right for the neighborhood, and just the data we've heard here tonight, the testimony we've heard tonight, that it made improvements. So I think with the substitute motion failing.
Well, I want to make a, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm
Point of order on
not
that.
done yet. I'm not calling the question.
No, but it hasn't failed. It just hasn't received a second.
Oh, okay. I asked and I didn't get
There are
one.
people up here who still want to talk, so
Okay.
it needs to stay open.
Okay, well, if somebody wanted to second it, then I thought you'd do it. Okay. So, well, with that, I'll yield, and Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
You threw me off there. The question I had was actually in regards to if you go to a two-night minimum with the goal of switching to 3 nights, what happens to the permits that are pulled at 2 nights? When you go to 3 nights, do they get grandfathered in? Do they become non-conforming? How does that work? Do they all have to move to 3 nights?
They would, once we change the code back to 3 nights, all of the short-term rentals would have to return to 3 nights. There wouldn't be any grandfathering.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification. Okay, I'm going to rest, and I'm going to pass it to Councilmember San Antonio.
There you go.
So if Luke's gets a second, and it's going to go back either way, right? And it's going to be a year, maybe longer, if that happens. So it's going to go back no matter what, if we try to do the 3 nights and we approve tonight, or if we just send it back altogether. It's going to be 2 years, 3 years, 5. I mean,
It's hard to guess.
Yeah.
I definitely would need to consult with coastal staff on their reasons and findings for these. It could be that the Solana Beach 7-night was done prior to a current policy that coastal is requiring for short-term accommodations. Their policies do fluctuate from time to time. So it could have been, this is a policy that came in afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't know that for a fact.
but it's just either way, it's going to go back.
But it's going to be a time sink,
Yeah.
for sure.
I'll second Luke's.
Okay, so we got a motion and we have a substitute motion with a second now. And let's see.
Yeah, one more thing. And as far as the 200-foot requirement, because of what we just found out about Solana Beach, the 7-night stay, right, the Del Mars, and then Encinitas being that has a greater nightlife, the chances of us having more come in with the 2-night is significantly higher. We've already seen it when we went from 2 to 3, the opposite effect. So living in my cul-de-sac, I have 2 people that or a person doing the 2-night, and it's just one person because we have the 200-foot radius. Well, that might inspire me to want to start using my house as a short-term rental. because we're having more parties, because there's going to be more people coming through. So I think the 200-foot minimum is actually, it's the opposite direction, where because there's more of it happening, it might be enticing for the person that's being annoyed by this to just go ahead and leave town and use their property for that same income, especially at $15,000 a month or 20 grand a month. So I'm doubling down on that fact. I think the 200-foot minimum is, it's basically the first person that gets there gets that, and they can keep doing it. And so that means everybody else is boxed out from being able to use their same house when they bought it as a residential house, not as a business, and now get it turning into that. So I think it's bass backwards on that whole situation. So I'll leave it there, and I guess we can vote.
Okay, well, I still have Councilmember Lyons.
Right. I want to try to avoid some unintended consequences that I'm afraid there might be. I'm not in favor of the substitute motion. It goes back to my belief that if we don't approve this, which is in front of us tonight with the 2 nights, non-hosted, then we're not protected by a short-term vacation rental ordinance. Can you verify for me, team? If we don't approve this tonight, I think I'm hearing you say we don't have the protections we need that are listed under this ordinance. But could you clarify?
Yeah, so we have existing regulations in Title IX that help code enforcement enforce regulations. And we have not been implementing the percent caps in the 200-foot, just to clarify, because it's been with Coastal Commission. So if we do not approve this tonight, there would be no 200-foot radius and no percent caps on non-hosted short-term rentals. We would have to go back to the council with a new plan, potentially more public meetings of workshops with the public to come up with an alternative short-term rental ordinance.
And ultimately go back before Coastal Commission.
Yes.
Right.
But we're currently protected. That was the question. Right?
What I see it as is a trade-off. Is it more important for us to have the cap and the 200-foot radius, or to double down and say we're going to keep the 3 nights for non-hosted? And where I land on that is based on the input that I remember receiving, how when you're getting a whole street that ends up being taken over by short-term vacation rentals, you no longer have a residential street. You have an active hospitality zone. And that's my fear. I don't want to let go of that requirement that we aim for, which is to have separation between these masses of one after another short-term vacation rentals. And there's some parts of our community that have that, and they're very, very concerned about it. And the percent cap kind of plays in on that too, because there are some parts of our community that are certainly targeted, and we can probably imagine which ones they are. They're on the cliffs. They're where you have a view of the ocean. There's parts of our community that would like to have that percent cap and to continue to have that percent cap. I see those elements of what we proposed so far that are really important to us and might be the trade-off that I would prefer versus the 2-night versus 3-night. I think we can work with the Coastal Commission to level the playing field across our other coastal communities so that we're considered in the same light that they are, realistically and reasonably based on our city limits and their city limits and where the hospitality locations are. We're not different. We're the same. So to apply 2-night requirement on us, whereas our neighbors don't have that requirement, I think is just obviously not right. So I think we have a really strong argument there, and I'd like to work it that way.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay. So I'm applying a list to this basically. So we have the option of sending this back, sticking with our current policy, which will be what our current policy existing is. We can accept the 2 night, 200 feet. Either scenario from what I'm hearing, we reapply, though. If we don't accept it, we still have to reapply. If we accept it and we want to move to 3 nights, we still have to reapply. So we have to go to Coastal Commission no matter what, is what I'm hearing. Is that fair to say?
Correct. However, if we approve tonight and then come back later to have data driven as why we should have the 3-night minimum, it'd be a smaller scope and we would still get that 200-foot radius. So there would be less review for Coastal Commission, whereas if we were to deny tonight, we would have to return to the Coastal Commission with all of the data that we collected to get to where we are today, which this process has taken nearly 5 years. So we would be starting over with all of that data again, rather than just the scope being the 2-night, 3-night.
Is there a limitation on the data we're allowed to use? Like, we already used it once, we can't use it twice? I'm not sure I understand why we don't have data
They would want
accumulated the past few years.
updated. They would want updated data, so we would, go to the hearing again with new data, and have, if we do the 200, if we're doing the 200 foot and the percent caps, we would present that again.
Okay, don't we keep the data ongoing?
The data
So
that
it constantly is, I would assume we're constantly keeping the data,
I
right?
think it'll be a different type of data that we'll be presenting to Coastal in regards to trying to determine a 3-night versus a 2-night and making comparisons of different cities. We'll still have that other data. If like for example, if we started anew, we would generally use the same arguments that we've used in the past. Maybe we update it a little bit from whatever we have now, but for the most part, it'd be the same, because that's what they've asked for, and we would just return with that information. If we started this process and the council decided not to adopt an ordinance and we started from ground zero again. But if the council did adopt the ordinance tonight and we went back for just the night stay, you guys approved the cap and you approved the distance requirements that would be with the new ordinance, then we would just stay focused when we returned with an introduction to an ordinance, and when we go for an LCP, just specifically in regard to the night stay. And we would use data. We would meet with coastal staff. We would ask them what data they're looking for specifically. We'd look at past processes from different local cities that they've done to instill in those requirements. We'd obviously look at Solana Beach. We'd look at Del Mar clearly.
Okay, I mean, I'm still having a hard time trying to see how significantly different the data is in that case. The data is, I understand it starts from a different point, but it's data we've collected ourselves that is on our computer.
I just want to be clear. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, no, please.
But I think it's important. Earlier I said there's a balance here. And there really is a balance here, because if you go the route of adopting this introduction tonight and then it gets subsequently approved, you most likely have the possibility of losing that 3-night stay requirement.
Yes.
That could happen if they don't approve a subsequent introduction, if that doesn't get approved. So that could go away if it doesn't get approved.
Okay.
I just want to let the council know.
It'll take 2 years anyway.
Yeah. Okay. And the 200-foot issue, I think, is a very valid issue, but I also think, okay, that guy in the end, and we're bringing somebody else on to be the ride or die of ride along and enforce the issues to make sure that they're all good behavior, and they're all good behavior. We also have companies in town that work with them that are accountable to those behaviors as well. This is a really hard thing to decide right now. It seems like there's no perfect answer. Big shocker there as far as government goes, but I'm going to hold off. I think those are my questions at the moment.
Okay. I will mention just one other thing that I would have followed up with what I mentioned. From speaking to Brian and reviewing all of our enforcement requirements, they are extremely robust, and they have requirements like you can't have parties, you have to park you can only park what's on site, and all those requirements have to be reconciled when there's a complaint within an hour, like somebody mentioned earlier.
Sure.
And there's heavy fines, I think $1,500 for the first one, $3,000 for the second one, and $5,000 thereafter. And again, from speaking to Brian, he says he's got the meat here that he can chew on to get any kind of enforcement that he really needs. And it's just a matter of how fast we're going to do. So that's where the balance does come back in again. If we, the 3 to 2 night, really that issue comes down to, is there going to be a greater chance that there's going to be activity that's not neighborhood compatible?
Right.
And if that happens, in looking at these provisions, I believe that they're very restrictive, and we can revoke permits, we can levy fines, we have all of the teeth that we need to chew on to make things happen quickly. So that's staff's opinion, but the council still needs to make these decisions.
No, I appreciate that. That applies whether we have a 2-night minimum or 3-night minimum, though.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, you guys, you're not making this easy. I appreciate
I
those
did not
answers.
make
Thank
that
you.
easy at all for you, and I
No,
did not
thank
want to
you.
make it hard, but I definitely didn't.
I appreciate all the information. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to be clear, if you guys, do you guys have the staff report, not the brief, but the actual staff report? Can you pull up page 3, please? And it's the numbers 1, 2, and 3. It's more for, this is for the community to see what it is we're really getting. I'll read it out loud so that people, and once you get it up, you get it up. So all we're getting right now our currently status is 3%. Reduce the citywide cap from 3% to 2.5%. That's a 0.5% change. In the grand scheme of things, we're only getting a 0.5% benefit.
No, that was the change from planning commission to city council. That was,
What's the cap currently?
we don't have any cap current.
Okay.
We don't have any distance requirement current.
Okay. And then, so that's just from the planning commission?
That was based on the changes from the planning commission to now.
Okay. So we are getting a cap to the total number. I think it's a benefit. I look at the current numbers of where we are. What is our current percentage right now of our city using vacation rentals?
I'm sorry.
What's that number?
It's a hard question to answer.
I have the numbers.
Shouldn't be, if we're doing this somewhat, if we have track of this, right?
I'll cover it.
Here, let me pull up my table. We're at, computer's not working, but for citywide, we're at 0.96%. Short-term rentals, if we were to have that 2.5% cap, right now we're at 0.96% for citywide, and west of the 5, we're at 2.2%. And that citywide could grow to the 4%. So we have the 4% that we would want to implement and what the ordinance would implement. Right now, we're at 2.2%.
So we're only at 2.2%.
Correct.
It's case in point. So we're not even to the caps yet.
Correct.
And we're living that.
Correct.
In the current status and the way that the way of the world, it's kind of to the point that it's kind of naturally taking care of itself to some level. So we're starting to create a problem really now for the 200-foot minimum, when the 3-night, I think, is actually a much greater deterrent to some level to a certain type of group that wants to rent these things versus the 200-foot. And it's just, the numbers, you just stated them, we're at 0.96 for the total city. And we're not even, that's not even to 3.5, so that's a whole nother, if you don't mind putting the map up again. Now that can grow by almost 3% for citywide. If we went all the way up to 4, exactly. So what we see in dots there, that could be another, multiply that times 3. So it's self-sustaining. I guess it's self-regulating right now to some level. And I think the 3-night minimum is, again, if people aren't adhering to it, and then 1 night, 2 night, whatever, that's code enforcement. That's an enforcement issue, not a city council, city ordinance issue. And so it's a bigger deal that we let the community keep kind of self-regulating, and the fact that people that want to be here for the community, not just to rent it out. There are groups, again, there are bigger groups, corporations that are starting to come in, and that's the part that's upsetting. And that's a bigger issue, but again, I just hope that the residents understand that we're not even close to these caps yet. and that we have a long way to go to get there.
Okay, and I want to address that. So that is permitted. What it doesn't count is the 200 plus non-permitted that would put us very close to the cap, if not over the cap. So we probably, if we had better enforcement tools in place right now, and we're on top of it, and we went from down to zero, well, not zero, 1 code enforcement from 3, but now we're back up to fully staffed.
What you just said,
So-
that the 200 non-permitted, that can be enforced right now. That doesn't need any change here. That's
Yeah.
just a lack of enforcement. It has nothing to do with anything else.
No, my point is, if we brought them into compliance, then they add to that number, and so the number is actually much higher than that 2.2% or that 0.9%.
They're doing it illegally.
They're just doing it illegally.
Yeah, it's
Exactly.
just- but that's not our job. We can enforce that, and that would lower the number.
If I could get the floor. My point is that we are probably close to the limit if we had all those non-compliant converted to compliant, because the numbers you're seeing up here quoted are compliant licensed ones only. And so we need to be aware that we are operating near the limit, that we have non-conforming people out there doing it. So
What if we actually enforced? We wouldn't be. Right? If we enforced, we wouldn't be close to the limit. That's my whole point. Is people are doing, you can't stop.
History
illegals.
tells me that many of those would convert. And so we need to get better enforcement, and we've had long discussions with code enforcement and Scott and the city manager, and we're on a path to get there pretty quickly. But we should see these numbers go up, and some people will attrit and go away, and some people will convert and become. But I just didn't want the impression left out here that we have tons of room to grow, because the truth is we have non-compliant, non-licensed STVRs operating consistently right now that we are addressing but haven't gotten there yet. The second one is, to me, it's the variability is not in the data, Jim. We can collect our data. The variability I have seen on my career with the Planning Commission is Coastal Commission. And the bigger ask of Coastal Commission means bigger policies shift. They have a tendency to develop memos and policies internal that go beyond the coastal laws. So you're much better off locking down what you want from them now and then going back and asking. And I think our better, my personal opinion, based on my experience dealing with Coastal Commission from Planning Commission side, is that we lock down the caps, we lock down the 200 foot, and then we come back and go from the 2 to the 3 night in a subsequent ordinance. And there may be some other tweaks that we want to do in there too. It makes the ask of Coastal Commission and staff much, much smaller. We will get much more accurate feedback from Coastal Commission staff, local Coastal Commission staff, about that one little incremental change. And I'll turn this over to staff to kind of give your view of what I'm saying. So I think we're much more likely, or much more reliably going to get where we want to go, going the path of the recommended action with a follow-up. Agreed, both will require ultimately a Coastal Commission hearing and to do whatever that second step is. And so I want to open it up for staff, if you want to comment on I think you did earlier, on the size of the ask from Coastal Commission between the motion and the alternate motion. And you can pass too if you want, but.
I'd like to pass.
Okay.
Could you ask the question just one more time, and I think staff will tag
The question is,
Right, let's.
Is one a bigger lift and a bigger ask, and therefore subject to more variability if we go to Coastal Commission on one motion versus the secondary motion?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're dealing with there's 12 commissioners, so the politics changed. Their decision was really based on equity, and that's, that depends on who's voting on the item. So we could bring this back, and they could ask for more changes. If we bring it back with the 200-foot radius, the percent caps, it's a bigger, like you said perfectly, it's a bigger, they could possibly take more bites out of it.
Yeah.
Whereas if we take this in, approve the 2-night minimum stay, collect the data to make an argument with Solana Beach and Del Mar as examples, and come back with an argument specific to the 3 and 2 night minimum. Then they only have teeth on that piece of the ordinance.
Yep. And so that's my point. So I will yield.
And I think I'm next in the queue.
Yep.
Correct? So I don't want to rest yet on this, and I want to place an argument in front of my council colleagues that I feel I haven't articulated yet, but it may be something that's they feel as well. I look at this from the perspective of the quality of life of our residents, and I already said that, but from the perspective of which way forward preserves the quality of life of our neighborhoods better. And if we approve this ordinance as the Coastal Commission is asking us to approve it, and we lock down the cap and we lock down the 200-foot distance, then that limits the number of short-term vacation rentals. And that, to me, will preserve the quality of our neighborhoods better and preserve the integrity of our community better than the sacrifice we accept by doing that, which is going from 3-night stay, to 2-night stay. So I would rather make the bet right now on the sure thing that limits the number of short-term vacation rentals by the cap and by the distance, because I think that's going to be a real value to our communities to preserve our community context and to preserve our quality of life. I'm willing and I want our staff to make the argument in the future for, and yes, we also want to be considered for 3-night stay. But the length of the stay is not as high of a quality of life issue as the number of short-term vacation rentals, in my view. I'll rest now.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Well, last minute they did this unbeknownst to you guys. They changed this. I don't think we go back to them right away. This is the only thing they changed. I don't think we're going to go back to them with anything special that's going to show the difference. That's just my take. Two, with what Councilmember Lyons just said, in the next 3 years or 2 years, we have FIFA World Cup coming this summer, we have the Super Bowl next year, and we have the Olympics the following year. Like, the amount of people coming through this town, and the fact is a 3-night minimum is a game changer. It was mentioned. That's actually what they said because of the work week. It changes the ability for the way people, it's kind of self-regulating within its number. I'm going to tell you right now, I've tried to get places that have a 3-night minimum, and we didn't stay there, specifically because there's 3 nights. That's firsthand experience. And I'm actually trying to implement that here. And that's the whole purpose. I think it's its own self-regulating. And again, when you come down to the 200 that haven't been doing, that's an enforcement issue. Just a couple of summers ago, there was a significant difference in a population that was causing a lot of harm down on 101 for people that live here that want to use there. We made some changes, we enforced it, and guess what? It's changed that. We enforced this. We enforced it with I don't know how far we can go. Maybe they never get a license in town. If they've been doing it illegal, I don't know how far we can go on enforcing what their address is remembered, and they don't get to do it. But the fact is if we start enforcing it at a much higher capacity, I think that some of these things, plus the 3-night stay, it just won't be known that the Encinitas is a place to come and party. But when you hit the 2 nights, it's easier for a bunch of, like I say, college kids to throw down a bunch of money and frat house to come in and have a place to party for a night. And guess what? Encinitas is a great spot for it. So I think that is a much better way, and I think the community of themselves, as somebody mentioned, and being in contact with their neighbors of the next door to the home that they own, that's great. I'd hope that encourages more people to do that. But this is a community of homeowners, not a community of people renting out their house to become a business district that was never designed that way. And that's just how it wasn't designed. And so I can't get over the fact that I think the 3-night minimum is its own leverage. And if we're going to go deal with the Coastal Commission, let's go deal with them on the full Monty. And if it's going to take 2 years, let's just do the 2 years straight up. But if we're going to go around the back door and we think that it's going to change, and they're going to say that the access has changed, and everything that we've shown in the last minute has given us a greater fight from everything, they already had that information. and they chose not to abide by it. And that was the last thing they did right before we got it. You think they're going to get it right back and say, we're going to change that? Negative. That is not how they work. That's not how these bureaucracies work. So I'm telling you right now, like the 3-night is a lot more important than I think that we're realizing.
Okay, I think we're going around in circles, but yeah. So, okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, so
I want to
one
call
thing-
a question here soon.
One thing that comes clear in this discussion, and you notice it when you see the numbers on hosted, is I think it's a discussion that needs to be had in our general housing in general, which is we need to figure out how to limit corporate ownership of properties in Encinitas. It's not helping anybody. It's not helping our short-term rental. It's not helping our long-term rental. It's making it less affordable. I think to a certain degree, you just brought it full circle to the quality of life question. I know Councilmember Lyons representing quality of life. In her opinion, that's having a 200-foot radius. In the other opinion, it's limiting people to stay 3 nights. I think they both have valid grounds to stand on. It makes this very difficult to come up with what the best solution is. I do feel like all my council members up here have the city's best intention in this, and damned if you do, damned if you don't. I think it's time to call a vote.
Okay, cool. And I don't have any other people to speak, so we're going to call the substitute motion first, which is, if you'll read back what that is.
I will do my best. The substitute motion made by Councilmember Schaefer and seconded by Councilmember San Antonio to deny the introduction of the ordinance as presented tonight.
Okay, and no other addition to it. Okay. Call the question.
Can we add to that for staff to turn around and go back to Coastal Commission?
Accepted.
As soon as possible?
And we need to make sure the seconder accepts? Okay.
So what I said previously, and also
Can you clarify, go back to Coastal Commission to
bring back the conditions that would be left behind, actually in both scenarios, right? To either go back to Coastal Commission, because we're going to have to go back no matter what, to make that process somewhat happen right away, expedite that process. In this case, it would be on Councilmember Schaefer's, it would be to come back with looking for the 200-foot and the % cap. In the mayor's, it would be to come back to the 3-night stay. Is that fair to say on both of those?
Yeah, and I think, just to clarify, that the action in both cases would be for staff to come back with ordinance changes we would adopt to do the subsequent action and ultimately take it back to Coastal Commission where necessary.
Yeah, so staff would need to come back then with a new ordinance, right? And so they'd go through that process. In the intermediate time frame, they could have some conversations potentially with Coastal Commission staff as well. But ultimately, the action will be to bring back a new ordinance as well. Then.
It was also mentioned that it's an elected body of 11 people, so it could change the vote just by resubmitting it as is and getting a different view on it from a different group of people that vote.
So it would have to do one version of that, one or the other, either way. And then City Manager Lucadia has something to say.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. No, I think just to clarify that.
Yes.
To clarify, and staff, please let me know if I have this right or wrong. So I think if it's adopted, it's basically, we have an ordinance, we would go back and we would ask for the 2-night to try to go back to 3. If we deny it completely tonight, we're going to have to come back with a new ordinance, correct? It's not just a small change. It would, and yes, we can use a lot of the same information, Chair, but just a little bit different than asking for the fact we'd already have an ordinance approved and then asking for a change of an approved ordinance.
We revert to existing policy and we'd have to go back with a new ordinance. Yes.
Yep. Okay. Do we have questions on, do you want it read back one more time?
So I'll go back. The substitute motion by Schaefer, seconded by Councilmember San Antonio to deny the introduction of ordinance 2026-08 and then to direct staff to return with a subsequent ordinance that addresses the issues outlined, such as the 3-night stay, the 200-foot minimum, the caps, as presented.
Yes.
Yes.
That meets with the.
Yes.
Okay. So let's call that question.
Sorry.
That motion carries 3-2 with Councilmember Lyons and Mayor Ayler's voting no.
Okay, and since the second alternate motion passed, the other one dies. So, okay. Okay, and I think that's it on 10A. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. Or you want to make it 15? Because we'll do one break tonight, I think. We'll get that all done. So back here at 20 till. Hard one. What's that now? Okay. If we could come back to order here. We are now moving on to item 10B, which is public hearing to consider amendments to the Encinitas Municipal Code and Local Coastal Program pertaining to Program 2G of the city's certified housing element and for compliance to state law adopted in 1994, California Government Code Section 65852.3, and the contact person again is Associate Planner Brenner. And this also is a public hearing, so just like the previous one, we'll do the staff report. We'll ask council to disclose any other information they may have received, but that is not included in the staff report. We'll then go through preliminary questions. I will open the public hearing. We'll hear the speakers. I'll close the public hearing, and then we'll go on to council discussion. So with that, we'll go to staff.
Thank you. Good evening again. My name's Charlotte Brenner. Tonight I'm presenting item 10B, a zoning code amendment and a local coastal program amendment pertaining to Program 2G of the housing element. The item before you is related to Housing Element Implementation Program 2G. This program states that the city will amend its zoning code to permit manufactured housing on permanent foundations in the same manner and in the same zones as conventional single-family residential structures pursuant to Government Code Section 65852.3. Program 2G is generally a reiteration of California Government Code Section 65852.3, which was originally adopted by the state in 1980 and most recently amended in 1994. State law preempts local laws, and city staff have been applying these provisions for many years, including permitting manufactured homes in the same zones as conventional single-family residential structures by applying the same development standards. On September 12th, 2025, the city received a housing element implementation letter from California's Housing and Community Development, or HCD's Department of Housing Element Implementation Division, which is a new HCD division specifically created to monitor agencies' progress towards implementing the goals and programs within their housing element. This letter requested the completion of Housing Element Program 2G pursuant to the Certified Housing Element, and in response to Program 2G and the HCD letter, staff prepared an ordinance amendment to implement Housing Element Program 2G, and on February 19th, 2026, the Planning Commission unanimously approved PC Resolution Number 2026-04, recommending that the City Council adopt Ordinance 2026-03. Staff proposed the following amendments to the definition of a dwelling unit in Title 30 to comply with Program 2G and Government Code Section 65825.3 as shown on the slide, and includes correcting the title of Development Services Director and adding manufactured housing within the existing definition of dwelling unit. No additional modifications are required. Staff recommends that City Council introduce Ordinance Number 2026-03 for amendments to Section 30.04.010 of the Municipal Code and Local Coastal Program to implement Housing Element Program 2G in state law. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, and we will do disclosures first, so starting with Councilmember Lyons.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I too have nothing to disclose. Do we have any preliminary questions out of the people that have? Okay, how about, no? Okay, Councilmember, or Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
My question was just under the definition of manufactured home. Does that include homes like our mobile home parks? Would those be included in that, or is it just manufactured homes?
The definition is specific to manufactured homes, and the difference between a mobile home and a manufactured home is actually the date that it was constructed. So anything built after 1976 is a manufactured home, and anything built before 1976 is a mobile home. But the manufactured home has to be on a foundation, so it's not like it's an RV or anything.
Okay, and that's for the part that's covered in the Section 1808, Section B?
the definition of the manufactured home in Health and Safety Code 18007.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and Deputy Councilmember Lyons, did you have preliminary questions? Okay.
No, I don't.
And we will now open the public hearing. And do we have?
We do not have any speakers on this item.
Great. I will close the public hearing. And now we will have council discussion. I have got Councilmember Schaefer.
Motion to approve.
Okay.
I view this as a, second here, I view this as a code cleanup. I'll second that motion.
Okay.
And I was in line to either give the motion or second it. So
Okay. So I got a third. And I see nobody else speaking, so we'll call the question.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and as we previously stated, 10C was taken off the agenda, so we are moving on to 10D. And 10D is introduction of ordinance 2625, amending ordinance 2024-10, certifying speed limits in the city of Encinitas by adopting all 2025 engineering and traffic surveys, and establishing a comprehensive street list for lower speed limits pursuant to provisions of Assembly Bill AB 43 and Assembly Bill AB 382, and the contact person is City Traffic Engineer Bandigan. And I think we have to get them up here. Here we come. Long walk from the overflow room. Apologize for that. Sorry, sometimes we go fast.
All right, good evening, Mayor, council members, members of the public. Abe Bandigan, City Traffic Engineer. Here tonight adopting our most recent speed surveys and some other minor speed limit changes in the city. A little bit of background. This item involves 3 different steps in establishing speed limits in the city. The first one is our engineering and traffic surveys that we do on classified roads of the city. And the second one is our Assembly Bill 43 that was under direction of council implemented 3 years ago, and then Assembly Bill 382 that is new this year. We will go over the results and a summary of the speed limit changes in the city. Excuse me. Background on speed limits, our engineering and traffic surveys establish speed limits on various roads of the city based on prevailing speed using 85th percentile. 85th percentile is at a speed that 85% of the vehicles on the road are driving at that speed or below. Basically, the majority of the vehicles on the road drive at that speed. That is the 85th percentile, which is the basis of establishing speed limits in the country. In 2017, these speed limits do expire. They're not permanent. Once you collect data to establish a speed limit, they are valid for 7, 10, or 14 years, depending on different specifications of the road and changes to the road. In 2017, our most recent one was adopted under Ordinance 2017-14, and our speed limits on the roadways were set, signs were installed. These were obviously changed a few times due to different Assembly Bill 43, for example, or other changes that we made to the roads. In June last year, getting close to expiry of some of these, we renewed 42 of our engineering and traffic surveys to reassess the speed limits for them obviously to be enforceable. And these speed surveys were taken to our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission in February, and they were recommended with one change. Commission recommended adding one street to the lowered speed limit list. The background on the Assembly Bill 43, the bill, not going through all of the history, but the bill basically allowed the city the city, the local agencies, to basically lower speed limits on different roads by an additional 5 miles per hour after the survey results are concluded. So the old process of using engineering and traffic surveys to establish the speed limits, the engineers would conduct the survey, do all the mathematical process of calculating what the speed limit should be. The city council afterwards had the authority to lower it by an additional 5 miles per hour. These came to council in 24, and city council established a process, directed the staff to implement the 5 mile reduction on certain streets, and also allowed staff to add more roads to the list under a specific condition. We did have some roads based on residents' requests that they wanted their speed limits on their roads to be reduced by an additional 5 miles per hour to become a 20 mile per hour road. And these were evaluated based on the council-approved criteria. This list was also reviewed by Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. They approved it. The Assembly Bill 382 is a new bill that went into effect this January, I believe. This allows cities to implement 20 mile or in cases even 15 mile per hour speed limits within 500 feet of schools. This is the old when children are present signs, the white regulatory sign, but this only applies to the school zone, and a roadway adjacent to a school may have a speed limit of 25, 30, 35, 40, whatever the speed limit on the road is. This doesn't change that speed limit, but within the school zone, when children are present, the speed limit can be lowered. We reviewed our schools in the city and the speed limits around the schools and identified locations that could benefit from this, lowered speed limit within school areas, and this was also supported by our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. A short summary, as I mentioned, there are 3 different slides. Each slide is one piece of what I explained. The first one is our engineering and traffic surveys. They do expire. 42 of our, we have more than that. I think we have about 67 or 68 roadways that have a speed surveys. 42 of them were about to expire, so we did the speed survey on them. Our 85th percentile speeds based on the survey compared to the previous versions did show that our lower speed limits that we implemented the past 2-3 years have been effective, and the 85th percentiles came back lower. The reason for that statement is that there were several roads that our previous speed surveys, we applied AB 43 to them to lower the speed limit by 5 miles per hour. But the recent survey showed that we no longer need to apply AB 43 to those speed surveys to be able to keep the speed limit as is. So we can keep the speed limit as is and do not apply AB 43 to them. And that was a staff recommendation for several streets. Only 2 street segments we have proposal for lowering the speed limit. One is El Camino Real between Santa Fe and Manchester. It's 50 miles an hour. It's the only 50 mile per hour roadway of the city. We're recommending it be reduced to 45. And then the second one is the Village Parkway close to Parkdale Lane, and we had residents' request for traffic calming and lower speed and additional safety, and also there was a council-initiated item about improvements at Parkdale and Village Park. We thought it would be a good opportunity to lower speed limit there. The second piece is the AB 43. This, as mentioned, allows additional 5 mile reduction in a speed limit after the survey results are available, and it does allow residential streets that do not have a signed speed limit, basically a prima facie 25 without a sign. Those roads can be signed as 20 miles per hour. City Council did approve a process on how residents can request their streets to be added to the AB 43 list. We followed that policy for 12 requests that we received from public. 11 of those did qualify, and this list, as mentioned, was supported by our Mobility and Traffic Safety Commission. You can see the list of the streets, and these are all requests received from the public. This was not initiated by staff. And the third one, our AB 382, as mentioned, this is a possibility of implementing 20 mile per hour speed limits in vicinity of schools. This is only when children are present. We reviewed our roadway segments around school grounds, identified which locations can benefit from this. And these 6 locations that you can see are locations where there are existing speed limit, school zone speed limit signs, and we're recommending those to be reduced to 20 mile per hour. This is a summary. 2 roadway segments in the city, speeds are recommended to be changed based on the speed survey results. 6 locations, we want to add 20 mile per hour school zone signage, and 11 locations will have 20 mile per hour residential speed limits with AB 43. And this is a map of the locations in the city where the color legends would show which one is. The 2 orange ones are the speed survey based ones. The pink ones are the residential ones that would get a 20 mile per hour speed limit, and then the green ones are AB 382. 20 mile per hour school zone signage are the green ones. That concludes my presentation. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions? If not, we have 2 public speakers. We'll hear from the public speakers now, I believe.
Brad Roth, followed by Laura Grimmer.
This one's not a public hearing.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and Council. Brad Roth, live on Rubenstein Avenue in Cardiff, and I was pleased to see this item on the agenda. Tonight, Dana Pierce is back in the audience there. We met over 20 years ago, I think, when this 85th percentile thing came in to state law, because some guy he got ticketed for speeding, and he felt that he was wrong because everybody was driving fast. And so some judge, as I understand, ruled that if everybody's driving that speed, it must be okay. So they came up with this 85th percentile thing, which Dana and I and a lot of other people thought was nuts, because what logic is it that a driver who's late for work wants to go fast, and, well, it's okay. Anyway, and I've always felt that people are driving too fast on my street. Dead animals, dead children, the effects are not pretty. So anyway, I think the city has been making some changes over the last several years that I see lower speed limits in places that it used to be higher. And I see that there's a lot more accommodation for people that want to use bicycles to get around. There's a lot of, new striping and so forth for people to bicycle or to walk. So I think all those things, our society is been car crazy for a long time. So I think these are good improvements. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and members of the council. I am Lara Grimmer, one of the founding members of Safe Streets Encinitas. I'm speaking tonight in support of Agenda Item 10D. This ordinance is a common sense step towards safer streets in our city, and we urge you to adopt the proposed speed limit reductions. Unlike major infrastructure overhauls, adjusting speed limits is a low-cost, high-impact solution that can be implemented quickly. The logic behind this is simple: speed kills. We know that the survival rate for a pedestrian or cyclist involved in a collision increases dramatically when vehicle speeds are lowered. By adopting the engineering and traffic surveys and lowering speeds where appropriate, we aren't just changing signs, we are actively improving the odds for every person walking or biking in our community. Specifically, the provision to lower speeds around schools during drop-off and pickup hours targets the times when our most vulnerable residents, our children, are on the road. It provides safety precisely when and where there is a need, without unnecessarily impacting traffic flow at other times. This action is supported by state law. AB 43 and AB 382 give us the authority to prioritize safety over outdated 85th percentile rules that have historically kept our road speeds high. On behalf of Safe Streets Encinitas, I ask you to vote yes on item 10D and continue the work of making our city safer. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay. And with that, we'll go to council deliberation. We've got Councilmember Lyons first.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to start out with just the statement that speed kills, and we all know that. So, Brad, you're right. We have been able to reduce some speed limits recently, and now we're able to reduce some others even more. So I look forward to continuing to focus on making our streets safer. And I'm happy that the state laws are allowing us to have the right tools to do that. There was one question I had for staff. I think I know the answer, but I want to say it out loud. It has to do with Michael Van Newman's question that he submitted in writing. There's a section of San Alejo between Chesterfield and Manchester that was not added to this list for reduction. His comment was, well, it's residential, but he was confused because our comment was, well, it doesn't have residential frontage. Could you clarify the difference of the adjacent residential land use versus residential frontage?
Yes, I think there are two reasons that specific segment didn't qualify. The residential, so there is the residential in nature where we all drive on a street and feel the street is residential. The California Vehicle Code has this definition that I believe it's a quarter mile. Within a quarter mile of that street, you have to have 13 houses on one side or 16 on both sides. And that segment did not meet that. The calculations didn't show that. On top of that, the council-approved criteria for a location to be eligible for AB 43 is not just that. The state guideline for AB 43 says it has to be in a high concentration of bikes and peds area to qualify, and there is a chart that says which roads are considered high concentration of bikes and peds, and council direction was that out of I think there are like 20 or 30 different specifications, at least 5 of those criteria had to be on the street. And this segment of San Alejo, as I'm sure you're familiar, it doesn't really get that many pedestrians due to its geometry. We have bikes, but it's not that many. So the criteria wasn't met based on the council direction. Now, obviously, council can override that, but the policy that council approved for us, it did not meet for us to be able to recommend it.
And that's fine. Thank you for explaining that. That satisfies my question. I specifically like that we've been able to reduce the speeds in our school zones. And I'm really happy that we've had that opportunity. We've got a lot of streets listed here. And I will move for approval of recommended action.
Okay, and we'll go to Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
This is a great measure. I love the school zones are getting the attention here for majority of this. I think we've done a really good job. I'd like to see us include all of the length of Parkdale Lane. Is that something we can do tonight? I see the 500-foot limitation on here, but I know that in myself and Councilmember San Antonio, having gone out there, especially with one of our traffic commissioners as well, we've experienced that the 500 feet falls like 100 feet short of the east end, or sorry, the west side of the zone. And is there a way to just do the entire street, Parkdale Lane, as a school zone 20 miles an hour? I think the residents would prefer that.
We don't, the AB 382 specifically in the bill mentions 500 feet. However, we are establishing speed limits with the ordinance, so we can just establish a 20-mile, not a school zone 20-mile, but a 20-mile for the rest of the segment with the ordinance. That is a possibility. It doesn't need to be a school zone unless you prefer it only be 20-mile when children are present, because AB 382 specifically mentions in the language of the bill the 500 feet.
So, okay, so that was part of my question. So if we could do Parkdale Lane the entire way, and instead of making it a school zone, just put a children present sign at that extra section, is that something we could do tonight? As
So
part of this?
establishing a 20-mile per hour, but then we wouldn't need the when children are present, because the roads, the speed
No,
limit
just
would be 20.
children present, not when children are present. They actually specifically don't want when children are present. They just want a children present sign for the whole length of it.
So if I can chime in, Parkdale Lane currently is signed as a 20-mile-an-hour roadway. So I think we do already hit that need there, Deputy Mayor.
Okay, so we can bring back another time to put a sign in, because I know there's issues with that. One of the issues with that intersection is it's like 100 feet outside of a school zone, right? Once you get to the west side, sorry, I should have been more clear.
And Deputy Mayor, for Village Park Way, we are reducing the speed there by 5 miles an hour. Parkdale Lane is already signed at 20 miles an hour, so we're not making a change there. We are recommending a reduction at 5 miles an hour of Village Park Way at Parkdale Lane.
Yeah, I was just looking for the school zone recognition or some recognition of kids present. And maybe that's another item. I'm happy to bring that back. If that's not on the table, that's fine. We can bring that back.
Well, and I think maybe to try to clarify, the school zone area, those had prior to AB 382, those would be signed at 25 miles an hour when children are present. Since Parkdale Lane is already signed at 20 miles an hour, we're not gonna, there's no intent of putting when children are present. Maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. Maybe you're talking about Willow or Village Park Way having.
Yeah, it's not when children present, just children present. Period. Children are always present according to the residents. We want to make sure.
So you're recommending
what I'm hearing is that this is kind of what I thought, which is the 500 feet, and maybe this isn't the time to do that. I should bring it back at a separate time, and I'm more than okay with doing that. I just wanted, if you don't ask, you don't get it, right? So I figured I'd bring it out there tonight and see if it's something we could do, and if we can't on this, I can do it in the future, and I think it's a great answer, and it's very, very thorough for everybody, so thank you. I appreciate it. At this time, I'll second the motion to go through.
Okay, I'll hop in here. Hey, the thing I took away from this was the data says speeds are down since the last survey. That literally, from whether it's from the a combination, I believe, of the lower speed limits, but also increased enforcement. People have slowed down, and that is huge. That is great. The more of us that slow down, the safer it'll be for all the other people around. So I can help with this Parkdale, because I was in Marco's seat when this came through the first time, and for the most part, I got to name which streets in D4 changed, because I made the point that D4 is very different than Lucadia, Cardiff, the streets in Lucadia, Cardiff, and Old Encinitas. We have pretty wide streets, but I chose Parkdale as one that absolutely had to go down because it had children there all the time and it went right by a school. At that same time, I asked for, we talked about, Abe and I and staff talked about putting in school zones, and we didn't have AB 382, and so so it didn't get added to it. So I'm very happy to see now we have 6 streets getting school zones throughout the city, and that are only active during when children are present, and it's down to 20 miles an hour. So that I feel like we're cleaning up what we did on AB 43, 2.5 years ago. So I explained Parkdale, and so I would third this if I could. It's great. I appreciate it. Thank you for all the work, Abe. This is great. This is exactly what we need to do. With that, I don't see anybody else speaking. I will call the question. I have a motion and a second. And it's just recommended action, so I don't think we need to read it back.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10E.
There we go. 10E is the Lucadia Oaks Native Plant Demonstration Garden Design Approval. Contact person is Parks Operation Manager Norgard.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers, Deputy Mayor O'Hara, and members of the council. My name is David Norgard. I'm the Park Operations Manager. I'm here this evening to present the final concept for the Lucadia Oaks Native Plant Demonstration Garden. I'm joined this evening by Howard Pierce of M.W. Peltz and Associates. For orientation, this is Lucadia Oaks Park, located at 1511 Vulcan Avenue. This is a well-loved park that features a picnic area, playground, skate feature, basketball court, volleyball court, open turf, and an art sculpture. This project includes the design of a native plant demonstration garden, an interpretive sign to be installed at the garden, digital content for the city's website, and a video that highlights native plant selection and benefits. In February of last year, city staff and MWPA hosted a community stakeholder input meeting with the Native Plants for Encinitas group and the City Council ad hoc for native plants. In June of last year, staff and the team presented 2 concepts for the native plant demonstration garden to the Parks and Recreation Commission. The Parks and Recreation Commission made a recommendation to City Council for design concept number 1. On August of last year, the team presented 2 concepts to City Council, who recommended option number 1 with a few comments, including additional public input meeting, additional fencing, seating areas, an irrigation plan, and returning for final design approval. On March 18th of this year, we hosted our second public community stakeholder meeting. We mailed out over 1,000 flyers to residents near the park. Zooming in, this is the area proposed for the demonstration garden. This is the southeast corner of the park, bordered by Sanford Court and Raintree Drive, and adjacent to the playground. The proposed garden area is comprised of some existing landscape, turf, native oaks, a native sycamore, and several non-native trees. I'll now turn it over to Howard to discuss the garden design.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Howard Pierce. I'm the Principal Landscape Architect at M.W. Peltz and Associates. As David previously mentioned, city staff hosted our first public outreach meeting in February of last year. This is just an example of the questionnaire that we handed out. We also received a lot of valuable and thoughtful input from that meeting. We did present this portion to council last year, so in the interest of time, I'm not going to get into the details of it because I think we've already presented it, but a couple of key design elements that came out of this meeting that kind of guide the design are some points I want to mention here. I think one of the first points is that we decided that the plants would be narrowed down to only native plants that were appropriate for Encinitas. It is a native plant demonstration garden, but we didn't see the value of bringing plants that only grow in Northern California or, say, the desert. So our plant selection list was limited to those that were appropriate for the area. Second thing that came out of that meeting, and one of the higher priorities, was that only native plants, as it is a native plant demonstration garden, that only native plants and trees would exist within the garden. And that finally that the garden would be fenced to discourage visitors from walking through from all sides so that we could have some sort of control about circulation through the garden. So last year we brought a couple of concepts to those outreach meetings and to council. You may recognize this or remember this one. This was concept 1. This was the one that was ultimately selected by consensus. Go ahead and go to, this was the one that was not selected. We brought 2 concepts. So from those meetings and from that feedback, we developed and we further took design development into the concept to come up with the kind of a conceptual master plan you see here. Before I get into it, there's 2 points I want to make. The as David mentioned, we just shared this concept last month with the second community outreach, and we received a lot of valuable comments and took a lot of notes and feedback from that meeting. So as I go through this, I may address some of those comments that aren't reflected here because this is pretty much the exact plan that was presented at that meeting. Second, this plan is flexible. It's not set in stone. It's been designed so that, we can make some minor revisions if council directs us to. We don't consider this the end-all and be-all concept. We're happy to make revisions if council directs. So I'll start off with the demolition, actually, of what we're going to be taking out. If you recall from that existing aerial, there was quite a bit of turf, mainly that exists in the parkways between the sidewalk and the streets, but also a couple of areas that exist between the existing DG path and the sidewalk. As we all know, turf is highly intensive from a maintenance standpoint, also requires a lot of water. Two things that are in direct contrast to what we're trying to achieve with native plants. So we elected that, turf was a no-no in this garden and would be eliminated. Second, you'll notice that there's 5 trees marked on here that are existing non-native to be removed. These are 5 of the mature trees. By definition, there are actually 3 more parkway trees, but their tree diameters are probably like 2 inches and 1 inch. So technically, for most ordinances, those don't count as trees to be remediated. And I believe even the Encinitas ordinance describes a mature tree as a trunk 11 inches or larger in diameter. So they're not included here, but they do exist and they are meant to be removed. So in addition to the 5 you see here, there's 3 others in the right-of-way. There's also an existing redbud tree, I guess you could call it. It's actually about a 15-gallon size. It's more of a shrub at this point. But it is located in here. And as I mentioned before, one of the comments we did receive at our last outreach was, is it possible to perhaps save that redbud as it is a native plant? Where it exists right now is right in the middle of where the DG path is going to go, but because it is so small, we could accommodate a relocation of that tree. There are locations in the park where we could fit it. So just going through the trees that are marked on this plan, the one on the far left is an ash tree, non-native, meant to be removed. As we go down to the corner of Raintree and Sanford, there's a strawberry tree on the Sanford side and a Japanese blueberry on the Raintree Drive, both not native, both meant to be removed. And then further north, there are 2 Virginia oak trees, not native, but also on the perimeter. And I'd also like to address those as for our last community outreach meeting and our notes. There was a desire that perhaps we might be able to save those trees as they are mature and they create some nice shade for the areas and elements around them. As they exist on the perimeter of the garden, and we don't see them being in the way of anything we could certainly accommodate that if council directs. Again, we could technically say, the garden stops short of those trees because they are on the edge and they don't really impact the garden. So let's see. We also need to remove partially the post and rail fence that exists and some mow curbs against where the lawn areas exist now. So that would be part of the demo. And then partial removal of the fence and the associated mow curbs with the turf. Talking about access to the park from the streets themselves. We know that there is no striped parking on the street, but those roads are where people parallel park to get into the park. There was concern about, we have turf there now and it's easy to traverse, but at the same time, we're trying to get away from turf. So how can we provide some access from the street to the park? So that's where we show some flagstone paths. They're drawn in there about 7 feet wide. They're intended to be flagstone and DG, and The top of the flagstone grade would probably be almost flush with the DG, so it's meant to be a fairly flat and easily transversable pathway. And then per council's recommendations at our last meeting, we've included a post and rail fence on the Rain Tree Drive side. So, and we would also be rebuilding the fence on the Sanford side. The fence on the far left is existing. It would need some slight demolition to make it conform to the shape we have it here. But then we would then be installing a wooden post and rail fence along Sanford to the corner and then north on Rain Tree. As far as the plantings, we've kind of divided the park into 3 plant communities. We define them as oak woodland, transitional, and pollinators. Just to describe what those mean, the oak woodland plants are typically plants that are found in forested or highly treated areas. They grow well under oaks. They adapt well to shade that they receive because of the trees. A transitional plant would be somewhere in between that, going from full sun to part shade, so they can accommodate both. And then pollinators are usually a plant that requires full sun, but that's where all the flowers spring perennial, yearly and every year, and they attract butterflies, lots of wildlife, hummingbirds, that sort of thing. So as on this plan, our oak woodland area is based on the, you'll see where the 4 large green circles, those are where the existing oaks are that would remain. You probably are familiar with the largest one. It's a tree that attracts a lot of children to climb on and play on. Just south of that, the smaller one is kind of a volunteer. Then there's one in the parkway, and then the one on the far left is actually, it's drawn as one tree, but it's actually, technically it could probably be considered 2 oak trees. They're just really close to each other, but they fill that same area. And then the lighter green tree on the right-hand side, that's a California sycamore, quite large, that we'd like to keep. I think it's important to note that as we develop the garden, and because the city is going to be, and the city parks is going to be installing, maintaining it, we're going to be very careful about the existing root systems and what's going on around there. If we encounter any problems during construction, and again, the plan is flexible. We could easily move plants or paving our DG around to make sure that the plants stay healthy. Here's a list. Here's some photos of the plants, just so you can get an idea of what we're looking at. We haven't divided these into the groupings. These are more alphabetical, but you can kind of see the mix of plants we're proposing. We think it's a nice, colorful plant mix that works well together, and that satisfies our plant community philosophy. And this page as well. There was talk about, last time, I believe there was a comment about how are we going to irrigate. We do have room on the existing irrigation controller and the existing irrigation system to isolate the garden on its own system so that we can control irrigation in the native garden. This is our basic layout at start, but it'll still be developed after this. I mean, it looks like a final construction plan, but it's actually a progress set, just our first look. The larger areas will be irrigated with MP rotator heads, which are low flow. They don't cast spray, so you don't lose water to wind there. And then the narrow areas, which would be in the parkway and some of the others, I believe the hatch looks like horizontal lines, but that would be drip line irrigation, or point source, so that we could water the plants that way. Second part of this project was the educational factor, and as that relates to the park design itself, we would include an interpretive sign, and this is the first draft of it right here. You can see it. We would explain each plant community here, maybe give a list of plants that you would see in the garden at the time. Also, what type of wildlife adapts or uses those plants for habitat. So that's part of the interpretive education portion of this. Also, all the plants in the garden itself would have name tags so that people walking through would be able to identify the plants that they're seeing. In addition to this, we would host info on the city website that includes those videos that describe benefits of native plants, also how to plant, water, and maintain native plants in your own yard if you wish, but just get that knowledge out there. And then we would support those with PDF downloads as well, with plant lists and other resources of where a resident or someone interested who saw something in the garden could go and look and find out more information about how to use native plants in their own yards. Yeah.
Looking forward, next steps. If approved by City Council, our citywide landscape contractor would demo the portions of the garden that are needed and prepare the site. The site would be prepared under the guidance of one of our staff arborists because we do have the big trees in that area. They would make irrigation retrofits and install the proposed pathway. The installation of the plant material is anticipated to be a community event where volunteers are welcome to help plant native plants, similar to our recent Arbor Day at Wiro Park, tentatively scheduled for June 27th. The recommended action before you today is to receive our staff presentation and approve the design for the Lucadia Oaks Native Plant Demonstration Garden. This concludes our presentation, and we're ready for questions.
Okay, do we have any questions of clarification? I don't see anybody. Okay, how many public?
We have 4 speakers.
4 speakers. Let's do the speakers.
Okay. First speaker is David Billings, followed by Kathleen Lees, and then Mark Wisniewski with the time donations from Brad Roth and Dana Pierce, who are both present, and then Russell Levan.
Good evening, Mr. Ehlers, Mayor, and City Council. I live approximately 5 houses from this park. I've been in the same area for 50 years now, one in 2 different houses. And I think this plan is great. I'm really in favor of the idea, but I think it still needs more work. I think that the plant, there are people that will be speaking about the plants more than I'm going to do. But I've got a checklist here. Sorry. I did talk to a previous city council about this park a couple years back. Some of you may remember that. And they missed the point of what I was saying. There was a group of us that got together and worked with a builder and got the park built. They built it as a result of our efforts. And let's see, I lost my, it's been a long day. The point of what I was trying to get across was that not so much, I was trying to get across the point that the local people had a lot of input on the way the park was built. And that the city seems to have gotten away from volunteers outside of the committee processes and the council and so on. But there are a lot of people, if that's a local project, that might have an interest in it that could provide some useful information to the city and participate in construction and that sort of thing. I've actually gone to native plants largely in my own yard, and I've not only found that the plants are fantastic, they bloom in the fall sometimes, and the birds and bees are coming in. I've got native birds now living in my yard, which we never had that before. Let's see. The one thing that needs to be addressed in this is the fact that people are using this as a dog park. A lot of it's the neighbors, unfortunately. I've counted as many as 7 dogs running loose in the park at one time, and they go into the gardens, and something's got to be done so that the dogs are restrained. Either we need to enforce the leash laws that are in place, which people ignore, or else do something to fence in the parks. I know that there's planting that's supposed to be fenced fencing, but I'm not sure that's going to keep the dogs out. So there are others that are following me that know a lot more about plants than I do, and they'll probably be more interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen?
Hello, Kathleen Lees. I live in Lucadia, but I live on the other side of the freeway, but I've been involved with that park because I used to be very involved with development that was going on. So the two words demo garden together just give me chills. We worked so hard to get this garden to be, to originally be a native plant garden, and then everybody said yes, 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 and we walked away, and that's not what got planted. But I hate to see any of the old growth trees that are healthy and doing well. I'd hate to have any of those taken out. And why move a healthy tree? Why don't you just move the path that it's in the way? It shows no imagination at all to do a design and not take into consideration what's already there that's worth keeping. So Lucadia has, if there's anything we agree about, it's that we all love trees. And we have lost many of our trees that were originally the tree canopy over Pacific Coast Highway that Lucadia was famous for. And then a lot of the trees were old and had to be taken out, or they were in the way of a sewer pipe or something. And we've lost a lot of the trees that we have planted over the years. And some just simply did not or are not going to survive the construction that they've been going through. So with Lucadia, with the North County Transit District not allowing us to plant any more trees on their property, we're hoping we can get some bushes and things in, but no more trees on their property. So to the whole idea of taking out healthy trees in Lucadia is not right. It doesn't set with me right at all. We have especially because the third streetscape is not going to have any landscaping. No landscaping. And then when I heard the conversation about the $274,000 and then the $2.6 million and what could be done with that money, it was never mentioned to add landscaping to streetscape. I wasn't there, I would have mentioned it, but nobody else seemed to be thinking of that. So we need as many trees as we can get in Lucadia. If you drive up and down our streets, you will see that you really can't plant too many. That's our opinion. So to remove healthy trees, that's what I object to. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a presentation there. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Ellers, members of the council. Happy Earth Day to you all and to the rest of us. I want to congratulate whoever scheduled this meeting and this agenda tonight. They did a wonderful job. Thank you. I first proposed a native plant demonstration garden in Lucadia Oaks Park 3 years ago on Arbor Day. And I had envisioned it as a project that would be designed, funded, and installed by the community. And then Bruce and Joy got involved, and here we are tonight. I picked the particular site in the corner of the park because of its proximity to the main entry, the children's play area, benches and tables. It's the most visible and highly used area of the park. It already had a significant number of existing native plants, including the large oak trees, the sycamore in the background there. You can see the redbud right next to the rock, and there's also two dark green ceanothus called Yankee Point. And there's another plant called the firecracker, showy island snapdragon, and I'll just recall them as snapdragons later on because there's a lot of them. So my design concerns as a landscape architect and having worked as an expert and forensic expert on over 100 construction defect cases and 12 trip and fall cases, I take a critical look at landscape projects from three aspects that need to be done correctly. You have to have a proper design, it has to be correctly installed, and provided with a high quality maintenance with an attention to detail. So these are the design concerns that I have. Safe access, not provided. Trees removed, 9, including the smaller ones and the red bud, and I'm glad to hear that maybe that can be relocated. They're not shown on the plan, and there's no replacements. Now, the city administrative manual calls for a 1-to-1 replacement with a 15-gallon tree. The mature southern live oak to removed, I hear that that may be possible to retain them. That's good because I'll show you later on the value of those two trees exceeds $40,000, which is almost a third of the cost of the park. They do provide benefits. Native plants, not oaks or sycamores, none were retained according to the plan. Required tree protection plan according to the administrative code, not provided at this time. Additional seating was requested and 2 benches were provided. We need 3 more. Native trees added, none. Water feature for birds, pollinators, and other critters, not provided. At the community meeting, it was said that, well, it's difficult to maintain those and wasn't part of the work plan, okay? As designed, maintenance requirements are going to be excessive because of the overplanting of plants near walkways and pathways that'll need constant pruning and maintenance. We could get by with planting less plants, less cost and less maintenance cost and better establishment. And the educational component can be expanded. I would like to see on the website a matrix showing a picture of the plant, the background, the size of the plant, and the critters that use the plant. So, safe access, as currently what's out there now, and I had originally suggested leaving the turf, but it's going to be removed, and in its place are 3 species of plants along both streets from the rolled curb to the sidewalk, and those plants are from 8-inch to 2-foot tall and 3 to 4 foot wide. And they're planted right up against the rolled curb, except where the intermittent flagstone pathways are. My concern is, how do you get out of your car if you don't line up with the pathway? And you got front doors and back doors, and you may have something like a stroller. How do you get it to that pathway? People are going to be walking on the plants. It's going to be a heck of a job for the park maintenance people to try and keep those plants alive. Oh, my IT guy said, "Did you stage that with the stroller?" No, I did not. There was a nice lady there with her 2 little girls, but they preferred not to be in the picture. So these are some of the trees that are not shown on the plan. I understand now they're not shown because they're small. This is a street tree. It's dead. This and another arbutus, at the time they were installed, they were defective because they were root bound. And there's another tree like that also I'll show you later. So if you're taking out a street tree, shouldn't you be putting back in a street tree? And maybe, since it's a native plant garden, how about a native tree, like Quercus burbatifolia? In the original planting plan, it was mentioned that Quercus demosa is rare, ecologically significant, and vital. There's no Quercus demosa planted. So these are the two southern live oaks in question. They have a 11-inch and a 13.5-inch diameter. If I can slide up a little bit. Come on. Okay. So it's a 12-inch and a 13.5-inch, and the combined total value is $42,886. And, oh, what about the sequestered carbon that was addressed by the Climate Action Plan at a previous council meeting? And yes, they love the shade. So by removing the trees, and I'm glad to hear that we could probably keep them, or we may be able to, because they do provide shade different times of the day. The table and benches are shaded. And the plant underneath it, that's that snapdragon, the firecracker. On the Calscape website, it says it's a great plant for underneath oaks. And hummingbirds love it, other birds, and butterflies. So it's already making a demonstration native plant garden just by leaving it in place at no cost. And that hedge continues all the way across and around the sycamore tree. And it was a very good, intelligent design that has worked well. It prevents people from cutting across the lawn to get to the play area. It prevents children from the play area from wandering off over to the street. And I see no reason for it to be removed. Form follows function, and it's functioning perfectly good. Now, the stake in the center there of the picture, that's holding up another tree that's not on the plan. And that tree is defective at the 2 to 4 inch pot stage. And if you push on it, you'll see the 1 gallon can outline. It could be replaced by a street tree, and again, a native oak. And that's the flower, and that's why it's called firecracker. And if you were a hummingbird or a butterfly, wouldn't you like to suck some nectar out of that? So I watched this little girl play with the ball and her friends, and they were kicking it around, and they were going the area where the rocks are, which is supposed to be planted with new plants and an irrigation system. And that area is heavily used. They climb on the rocks. And also when they were kicking the ball up on the hillside there, it would come back. Anyway, I'm out of time.
Yep.
But thank you very much. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Okay.
Good job, Mark.
Good evening, Council. My name is Russell Levan, and basically what he said, I agree with what Mark has brought up and everyone else this evening. Just a little background, 27 years ago, I got involved with city events because of this park. There wasn't going to be a park, or there's going to be a half-acre drainage pit for the community, and so we spent the next 4 years coming down here to every council meeting and every planning commission meeting for 4 years. We got a 2.5-acre park. We anticipated and hoped and planned that it would be native plants. As you heard, it kind of migrated from there, but there are some. And so I'm very glad that we're going to continue putting in a native plant theme. I would like to make sure, if at all possible, that we do not remove mature oak trees and a few of the other trees that Mark mentioned earlier. If by chance we did have to remove some of those trees, even if they're only 12 or 13 inch in diameter, I would love to see us save those trunks and use that for some of the furniture that goes into the park. And if you know that park at all, the log benches that are in that park, especially around the skate area and around the playground area, were eucalyptus trees that were on Coast Highway directly across from the park. And they were cut down in 2009 in March. I spent a couple of years prior to that trying to get the city to save wood from the Coast Highway. And lo and behold, on April 22nd, 2009, we installed those logs into the park, and they're still there today. So 17 years later, there's logs that cost the city basically, we didn't chip them up, we didn't have to ship them out of the city, we just had to move them around the corner and lay them down in the park, and they're still there. And no one, the reason we had to put them in was because people stole the benches, the plastic recycled content benches that were in the park that were installed poorly. But you weren't here, so that wasn't you. So no one has stolen a 10,000-pound log yet, and if they do, more power to them. So please try and keep the trees that are providing a lot of service for our community, and if you have to take some of them out, please try and maintain some of that material or get some other local wood or hyper-local wood to use for the furniture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, a little housekeeping. I need a motion to extend beyond 10.
Motion to extend, not to exceed
11.
11.
Second.
I got a second. Motion and a second. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and now we will go to council deliberation. Oh, there we go. My screens are shifting around here. Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I met with Mark last week, and it was a great conversation, actually earlier this week. Great conversation and very eye-opening, and want to commend the entire group for really what I believe good community members do, and to be that that far forward and that far into it, and then here this many years later still helping us out and guiding us down the path. I talked during our briefing yesterday, at what level can we take on these recommendations or some of these recommendations and work with the local community that has brought the park this far?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember. As Howard mentioned, our plan is relatively flexible, and if directed, we can take on as many of them as we need. As Howard mentioned, we could pull the garden back to retain those oak trees. The snapdragon below the sycamore tree can be retained. We would just omit those plants from the plan, change the irrigation out to include them. So we're ready for guidance.
Copy. So if we made a motion tonight and approved it with the idea that you would be working with Mark and the group, is that all we would need to do at this point, or do we need to send it back and have the work done and then bring it back for approval once it's been done?
That's a good question. What do you need?
We feel confident in being able to work with Mark if that's an acceptable direction to council.
Okay, obviously there may be other comments up here, so let's get through that before we make the motion.
Oh, I was just going to make the motion and approve with the idea they keep with Mark, but if somebody wants to substitute the motion.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's go through at least one round and then we'll make a motion. So with that, Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, thank you all for all your engagement. Thank you, Mark, for sticking with this and communicating really well to everybody. And thank you, Howard and David and Dave, for bringing this forward. I would like to reinforce what Mark has outlined. I would like to keep the two Quercus virginiana that have been mentioned, along with the firecracker snapdragon. There's also ceanothus and redbud, and those were mentioned. I'd like to be able to preserve those, if not in place, then to look at relocating them. They look like they're a size that can be relocated, and they already exist in this garden area. And I'd like to be able to keep them where they are, but if that's a wholesale change with how the pathway goes, then I think they're of a size that could be relocated successfully. I would also like to integrate Mark's comments about a 3-foot walkway of a stabilized decomposed granite next to the wedge curb where people will step out of their cars And I would also add to that, and I'm not quite sure if you mentioned it, Mark, but instead of the flagstone, which we're not showing anywhere else, I think a better way forward would be to make the cut-throughs to the sidewalk also the stabilized decomposed granite. Do you see any issues with that, David? Or
No, that
Howard?
would be fine.
Okay. That'll be easier for people to walk over, I think, as well, and keep the materials consistent. Just bear with me. The final plan should be specific about what's going to be removed, and it should identify those trees that we were talking about. There's 5 trees that are existing. We'll save 2 of them. There's the 3 parkway trees. A couple of those are dead, but they should be identified as to be removed. And I would like for the irrigation to also evolve so that we can be specific about where we cap the existing irrigation system. And would you suggest that we abandon the existing irrigation system or do some removal? Could you give me, Howard or David, your thoughts on that?
Generally, we'll abandon pipe, remove valves, and our internal systems in the city, we will update the irrigation system that's in our as-built system with what the new irrigation system would be as well.
Great. I'm really supportive of the narrow strips being drip and the MP rotators. I think that's exactly right. And one other comment on associated with what's already there. There's some beautiful and very distinct boulders. And I know you mentioned boulders, and I think it's very important to match those boulders so it doesn't look like we came back afterwards with something entirely different. So please make sure that's noted, and that may be something that staff can help source. I know sometimes that's difficult. Oh, one other thing, I'm sorry, it has to do with the bench. The design shows 1 additional bench, and it identifies the 2 existing log benches. To be conservative, I was thinking the 3 total is acceptable for this scale of park, but instead of a standard bench, I would like to see if we can get a log that would really play off of what Russell was saying was done years ago, and that's a challenge for our team to see if that's possible also, but that would work really nicely in this garden, and it would make the continuity of this area blend together really nicely. Any thoughts on that?
We have reached out to the citywide tree contractor for logs that would be appropriate for this, and we've gotten pricing. We just need a determination on the total number.
Thank you. I understand Mark's comment about a preservation plan. I think it's important to address preservation of the oaks. They're our marquee tree. I don't know if you need a separate plan. I think maybe we're not quite that formal, but we should address how to best preserve the existing trees so that excavation doesn't happen within the canopy, and anything else that's needed when you excavate for new irrigation lines. Mark has some good ideas on that as well. So the idea of working with Mark is definitely something I would support. And as far as the educational component, I think there's a ways to go still on the educational component. And I realize we were just being shown an example today. I would like us to get more information on that in the future. I don't know if that's a component that could come back to us, or do we need to set some direction on that today also?
We're willing to bring that back to council when that's more developed.
I think that it's maybe more illustrative now than it is educational, and it could be because the font was so small I couldn't actually read it on the materials I had. So I don't feel like we've been able to really digest that to see if it talks about the seasons of flowering and what animals and birds and butterflies will come in each season. And I think that's what people, when they come and see a native garden, they'll want to know seasonally what to look for. I think that's it for now. Councilmember Schaefer, did you make a motion? Not yet?
Yeah, we got to go
Okay.
around once.
All right, thank you.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay. Definitely want to start off by thanking all the residents who have been part of this and continue to be part of this. Kathleen, I was feeling exactly what you were feeling in the angst you have for the loss of trees and unfortunately due to streetscape, which is a hugely unfortunate thing that I, like you, feel like never should have happened. I'm going to go a little off my schedule here to kind of follow up on what Councilmember Lyons put in. I'd be interested to know if we've just, the educational piece seems hugely important in this process. It doesn't seem complicated. It doesn't mean we need to rethink it. I'm sure that the Botanical Garden does something similar that we could basically copy what they're doing, right? So that would be my suggestion, would be to reach out to the Botanical Gardens on how they educate, because that is one of their prime functions, to educate on the plant life on their premise. So kind of copy what they do. I do support changing the pavers and the plants at the curb to the DG recommendations. I'd love to see I'd also echo the sentiment to keep the oak trees and to keep the snapdragon on there, even if it means adjusting the boundaries of the garden itself. I think everyone's going to say a lot of things I'm going to say, so I'm going to cut it a little bit short, but I want to circle back to something Dave Billings talked about I thought was really poignant and maybe overlooked by a lot of us up here. I think, this is an opportunity. It's a demonstration garden, and we just had Arbor Day, right? And at Arbor Day, by the way, Parks and Rec, tremendous job in the park that we were at, and on Arbor Day, it was incredible to be up there, and the park itself was, I can't imagine being in better shape. But with that, we planted all those trees, and I see this as not just a demonstration garden, but a participatory garden. It's an opportunity to educate people on how to engage these native plants, how to be involved in the process, how to maybe get inspired to learn what you learn there and bring it home. And I think as part of this, I'd like to see wherever we get to and when we create this, a large opportunity for people to join in on the build as a volunteer group as part of this. I think we've heard that there are people looking to do that. I think we'd probably find there's a lot more people who might be interested in that. So that would be my only push beyond I think what we're going to hear today, and things I echoed that Councilmember Lyons put up, is I'd really like to see Parks and Rec create we'll call it a participatory portion of this for the residents to be involved in the creation of this, whether it's the plants are all picked by everybody. You work with the residents to figure out once those plants are picked, we have a day where everybody goes out and they plant a native plant, whatever that looks like. And we, educate them what they're planting, send them home with an extra whatever. So I think that's all I'm going to add. I think we're going to get some great feedback here. So great job to staff in this, and tremendous job for all of our residents who participated in this so far, and hopefully going forward. Thank you.
Okay, I'll hop in here. First item is, did the plant palette, does it comport and meet with our native plant ordinance plant palette? And I know the two have been racing side by side. I'm just checking to make sure everything that we're selecting here is acceptable in the native plant ordinance, I hope?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay, great. And then I thought it was a very valid question because I've seen the same in my native plants. And I'd like to hear from Howard on this, the less plants. And when I looked at this, just as an amateur, and I'm an amateur, you're a professional, is it overplanted for native plants? Will they grow beyond what they're shown here? And what's your thought on why you did what you did?
Yeah, so the thought here is that these are all going to go in at 1 gallon, and for a long time, they're going to stay very small. Eventually, these are drawn at mature size. Some, with time, get beyond their listed mature size.
Yeah.
So it's possible they will grow into each other or extend beyond the sidewalk. But the thought in the beginning was to create a pretty dense selection of plants. So there are many, and they're planted close together. When they first go in, though, it will not look this dense at all. It'll look like a lot of mulch and a few little tiny native plants. and it may look that way for a couple of years as they grow. Native plants, and especially the ones on this list, do tend to grow fairly quickly during their growing season, so it won't take too long. But that was the thought, and I think over time, if plants do start to, get in the way, maybe someone could take one home or and leave some space in between. It's also, my thought also is that just in my mind, this is not going to be the garden that lasts forever. I see this as native plants, for instance, is coming in. I see plants being rotated in and out. I see experimental, new plant being discovered by maybe one of the group, and they want to, hey, let's put that in the demonstration garden, see how it does. Yep. And if it becomes a favorite, then maybe, so I see this as ever evolving. So anyway, that goes a little beyond your question, but that's basically where we came up with the space.
You went right where I was going to go.
Okay.
Dave?
If I could too, this is a great opportunity, has always been. This is, it's parks, and we talked about the Arbor Day, and David's team led that effort, did a fantastic job, and I know we have a good strength. But this is also recreational. This is opportunity for interpretation, to get volunteers to help us with that, to educate people as it grows, as it fails. Where something doesn't grow, the explanation for why it failed is part of what we will do out there is interpretation. Education will be a large part, and it will be ever-changing. It's a chance for us to grow on our website and link so that it's not 1,000 signs, but it's simple signs of what we are, and here's how you get more information. And that's what the world has become, so we want to get people there and give them that opportunity. But then it's also art. It's, we're parks, recreation, and cultural arts. So this is an opportunity to bring people in and find the ways to use this artistically or to draw that growth as it goes. We're going to do all these things, and this is the start. This is step one. And the volunteer event for having the community involved in making this happen, that's always the plan.
Excellent, yeah. And so the changing garden is exactly how sometimes a native plant goes in, dies on the spot. The one next to it grows immensely. I have all different size lemonade berry at home from 20 feet tall to they die at about 3. So I anticipate this will do the same thing, and we'll be out there adjusting accordingly. So the prior discussions, you almost took the words out of my mouth, Joy and Jim, and even I think you're going the same direction. So keep the Virginia oak, snapdragon, Yankee Point, redbud, or relocate as necessary. Adjust the border if you have to keep those 2 oaks. The cut through of stabilized DG, perfect. Show all the trees are being removed, completely agree. New benches from local logs, completely agree. The one I would add is Mark suggested using the, and I'm gonna butcher it, Mark, the Burbifolia, the medium-sized oak tree. Why? Because this one of the purposes of this demonstration garden is so that we as a city and a department can learn how to take care of it, and it's different than ornamentals. And what I'd like to see is where we're taking out those non-native street trees, put a potential future oak street tree in its place. Let's see what the habit's like, what the growth pattern. The ones I have in my yard, I don't touch, and they grow to about 12, 15 feet, and they're gorgeous. So, but your mileage may vary, so who knows? So that would be the one addition I would add to this. I think it's right in line. The tree protection plan was another one. The 3 foot next to the curb of stabilized DG, my only concern there is that I don't want to have people use that as a sidewalk. So I would ask that we neck it down occasionally, maybe even narrow it down to 1 foot here and there, so that people it doesn't take place of wandering the existing path. You looked at the photo that Mark provided. That's pretty typical. People are parking about 1 foot over on the rolled curb, so there's a foot of concrete there already. So I don't think we need another 3 feet of stabilized DG. So I would, if we could let the professionals work with Mark and other neighbors. And let's see, did I have any other? I think that's it. So pretty much everything you guys said. That was it for me. So, Councilmember San Antonio.
I'm going to echo pretty much a lot of what has already been said. I'd like to keep those 2 oak trees. I agree, no flagstone, DG path. I'm happy that you brought up the native plant ordinance because that's great that you can show people. I know we have the website and things you can plant, so it's great that we can show them in this native plant demonstration garden that they're actually there, what they look like. They can say, oh, you know, that looks beautiful there. It could look beautiful in my yard. So it's great that the 2 kind of work together. Does any of Mark's suggestions? It's going to be under budget or within budget, right? All the changes he wanted to make.
Yes.
Okay. Great. That's all I have.
Cool. And that brings me to Councilmember Schaefer.
The only thing I'd add is if we're going to do DG, if you look at slide 2 on your presentation, it's going to be DG plus DG. So it's going to be a lot of, from the sidewalk or from the curb, it's just going to be DG till the demonstration garden. So would there be any idea of just keeping the grass the way it is?
Well, no, it's just going to, where it has flagstone shown here, those are going to be just 100% DG, no flagstone.
Yeah. Well, going back to what Mark was saying, you're going to have these cutouts, right? Those cutouts are going to have plants there where people park, and now you're going to get out into plants.
Yeah, and what Joy had recommended was 3 feet. All I'm asking is to have it spread out 3 feet, but occasionally neck it down so that it doesn't look like an alternate sidewalk that people try and walk along and keep clear. It's actually an unloading zone, not a throughway sidewalk.
Yeah, just going off what Mark said, and I think if it goes back to the motion of work with Mark, I think he's got a good idea. So
yeah,
I will motion it this time and to work with Mark and team to help this thing through.
And as council directed.
Yes.
Yes, and I'll second.
Okay, we got a motion and a second, and I've got Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I just want to expand on who gets the invite to work with staff. I think the native plant group should be invited, people like that, not just isolated to one person as much as that person has done a ton of work and deserves a ton of credit, maybe deserves a sign in this, to open up to the whole public. This is a community garden.
Add it to the motion.
Is that okay with a second?
Okay, yes.
Yeah, I mean, we just don't want to take another 28 years, right? You know, not all of us will be here 28 years again. So with that, I've got a motion and a second. Let's call the question.
That motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 12A.
Okay. Thank you. Item 12A is a council-initiated item by Councilmember Joy Lyons to consider the removal of Stephen Hobeck from the Urban Forest Advisory Committee. With that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Joy Lyons.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll try to jump forward here. Let me tee this up, and then we'll go to Mayor. If this is the right process, we'll go to public comment, and then I'll say a few words after public comment.
Okay.
To continue teeing it up. So this council member initiated item, as I know many people know, is one council member or two come together, in this case just me, to bring something forward that otherwise hasn't made it to the agenda. So this item is based on the fact that the Encinitas community has voiced its concern about Mr. Hobeck at city council meetings in the past, numerous ones, requesting that the city consider his removal from this appointed position. To date, the City Council has not taken action to address these concerns. So placing this item on this agenda is an appropriate and responsive step, reflecting that the community has consistently been asking and requesting. As essentially, this is no more than that. I do want to give the community an opportunity to comment, and in the past, they've come to comment in oral comment, and City Council is not allowed to respond in the oral comment setting. City Council can respond to this council member initiated item. My intent is that the people have this opportunity so that they can feel heard and listened to. And I believe it is our duty as your elected officials to listen and respond. And so this is our opportunity. And I hope that we will have respectful dialogue, even if we don't agree. And I will, as far as teeing it up, that's what I'll introduce. And I would like to then call for public comment.
Okay, and we'll go to public comment. How many?
We do have 9 speakers, and if I could ask Warren, Mr. Hubeck did submit a video. Could you cue that up, please?
Okay, so we'll start with that, and then we'll go to, is it 8 more or 9 more? 9 more, so 10 public comments overall.
And greetings, Mayor and City Council. I'm unable to attend the meeting today. I'll be attending a production of Spamalot at Lucasa Canyon High School with my family. It's a production that runs throughout the week, so if you enjoy theater, it's a musical comedy, it's political satire. I encourage you to attend it. You can get tickets online. A little background about me: I was born and raised in California, and I spent most of my life in Encinitas, and I've served both my country and my community. I served in the military, and I went on tours to Panama during Operation Just Cause, as well as going to Riyadh for Desert Shield and Desert Storm. I used my GI Bill to cover college and law school. And with the funds, I became an attorney, and I practiced law for 30 years, practicing exclusively in the federal court system. I fought for families trying to save their homes from foreclosure during the Great Depression. And in trying to help people, I found a loophole in the bankruptcy code that allowed you to strip off a second mortgage on your residence. I had to fight that all the way to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal. It was a published decision, but it was granted by the appeals court, and as a result, hundreds of thousands of people were able to save their homes from foreclosure by being able to strip off second mortgages that were predominantly predatory. I've also done a lot of civil rights work. I recently completed a trial in federal court against the FBI. The case was MT versus the USA. We filed a lawsuit against the FBI for excessive force and a pre-dawn squat raid against a family in San Diego. What concerned us is that there were children involved. There was a 5- and a 6-year-old, and the 6-year-old was autistic. And we fought for the common person. We felt that what had happened was inappropriate. Last February, I posted a message on social media as a private citizen before I became a member of urban forestry. And that may have conveyed a wrong impression. The brevity of the post caused confusion and should have been written in more detail to explain objections I had with an email sent to parents by San Diego Union High School District Superintendent Ann Steffieri. I felt her post did not present the African American community in a modern age. Being that this was Black History Month, she should have provided images of the community reflecting modern accomplishments and achievements. My intent was never to degrade members of the community or artistic dancers. I celebrate diversity and artistic expression. I have for many years legally represented and volunteered time with members of the community that are autistic, nonverbal, and intellectually disabled in our local school system. Often the only way these folks can communicate or to find joy is through music and dance, and it's a beautiful expression that encompasses a universal language. As you all know, I'm a novice to this forum. I've been a private citizen all my life.
Yeah, go ahead and cut it.
My approach to topics needed a little bit more professional.
Cut it at 3.
And I've learned a lot from this.
So
And
you
going
cut it.
forward, I will apply what I
Yeah. Sorry. We're limited to 3. I got to be fair with everybody here. So
Next three speakers, Molly Woods Drake.
I didn't realize it was longer. Yeah, no, it's public comment.
Next three speakers, Molly Woods Drake, followed by Monette Marino.
I can
Queta,
talk.
With a time donation from Teresa Beauchamp, who's present, and then Marlon Taylor.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you.
If I could just have everybody sit down, please. Why? Because we need to be respectful of everybody. I know you can hold up the signs, 8.5 by 11, that's fine, but you need to be sitting.
I don't mind them standing behind me for the record.
Yeah.
If each person wants to make that decision, I think it's
I
respectful.
can have you removed too if you don't comply. You're being disruptive right now. I'm just saying you need to sit down. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you, Councilmember Lyons, for adding this to the agenda. My name is Molly Woods Drake. I'm the president and co-founder of Encinitas for Equality. I was a resident of Encinitas for 12 years. I stand here today because what is happening in this community matters, not just for those who still live here, but for the kind of city Encinitas chooses to be. We all know racism exists everywhere, but what defines a community is how its leadership responds to it. Right now, we are not seeing leadership, we are seeing silence. Mr. Hobeck's comments are not a one-time lapse in judgment. They represent a pattern of harmful, racist, and dehumanizing rhetoric. And I want to be very clear about what that looks like. In one exchange, speaking to a longstanding resident, an American citizen, and a local business owner who is Mexican, Mr. Hobeck said, "Yes, I'm a bigot against left-wing Marxists who flee from their shithole communities, colonize my community, destroy the culture, bring crime and disease here. Go back to Chula Vista, please. I'll donate money to buy a Subaru to haul your IKEA furniture." This is not political disagreement. This is not frustration. That is racism, and it does not stand alone. We have also seen rhetoric targeting Black residents, questioning their presence and representation in our community. So this is not about one comment. It's a pattern of attacking entire protected groups of people based on who they are and the color of their skin. And when someone with a pattern like this is placed into a position of influence, it sends a message. It tells members of this community, we will ignore attacks against you. And worse, it tells them we might elevate the people making those attacks. That is not neutrality. That is an endorsement that all of you have made of Stephen Hobeck. Leadership is not just about policy, it's about values. The lack of accountability, the lack of a clear stance, and the silence, especially as many of our communities are living in fear, has been disappointing at best and harmful at worst. The council has a responsibility to lead by example, to actively reject hate, not passively allow it. So today I'm asking you to act. Remove Mr. Hobeck from his position, not as a punishment, but as a statement of values, a statement that Encinitas does not tolerate racism and hate, a statement that every resident, regardless of race, background, or status, belongs here. Thank you.
Monette.
Good evening, Mayor Ehlers and council members. I'm going to jump around a bit because my mind has been swirling all day today with a lot of things that I want to say and points that I want to make. First of all, my name is Monette Marino Queta. I am an award-winning percussionist, recently inducted into the San Diego Music Hall of Fame. I currently am nominated for Best World Music Artist by the San Diego Music Awards. I am also a full-time financial advisor at Merrill Lynch, so I have several hats that I wear. I'm here as the mother of a child who was harmed by racial slurs here in Encinitas at her high school, San Diego Academy. And because I'm tired of hearing how my Black family members are marginalized and mistreated in this community, I've recently heard from several adult friends and their experiences of racial assaults in this community is shocking. And if you haven't heard enough of those, I suggest you reach out to more members of those minority communities because those experiences exist and they're very harmful and hurtful. The city needs to hold its staff and employees and public representatives accountable, because if not, the lack of accountability will signal permission to others to act in similar ways. Children are especially susceptible to learning by observation. And when bad behavior by adults goes unchallenged or tolerated, that sends a signal that it's okay to model that same behavior. A city committee member who makes a public comment that disparages Africans and African Americans, who insults and demeans their art form, degrades their profession, their clothing, and whose words insinuate an unsophisticated lifestyle and propagates a malicious stereotype, he should be held to account with zero tolerance policy. If not, others will be emboldened to say these same words, to see that nothing bad came of it, so it must not be that bad to say, or say these things or think that way, and that's absolutely not okay. Zero tolerance is a powerful tool. It sets the tone for everyone. The fact that my daughter was called the N-word at SDA last January, it's over a year ago now, nothing was ever done about that. We did not get any justice, no students were punished, nothing was done, and my daughter was left in that state. It emboldened other kids to mimic these offensive behaviors because nobody was being held accountable. The N-word has become an everyday occurrence on SDA campus. You can ask any high schooler today. We see this truth in the video of the young girl being bullied at the Carlsbad Park recently. These young white kids are throwing that word around. They think it's just another cool word because nobody is doing anything to stop it or educate them about the harm it creates. A person who makes comments like those made by Hobeck should not simply give an apology at a committee meeting, which, by the way, will never reach the ears of those who he has harmed. But if that person were truly sincere and understood the depth of their harm, they should go directly to the people they harmed and apologize. In addition, they should make the apology public in the same public forum where they first made their comment on Facebook. And then they should be required to engage in restorative justice with the community that they degraded and listen to how that statement harmed them in order to gain a deeper understanding of the people they harmed, the art form they insulted, so that they don't make this mistake in the future. For context, my daughter's father was a world-famous African percussionist from Guinea, West Africa. His name is Mamadi Keita. You're welcome to look him up. He's in Wikipedia. He's toured the world dozens of times, played on the same stage as the Jackson 5, Bob Marley, the Beatles. He made his living and his notoriety from African drumming. He traveled the world to give master classes, perform his art form, and is the most esteemed African percussionist who ever lived. Unfortunately, he passed away 5 years ago. But this kind of message that we're sending to my daughter, who is currently studying music at San Diego State University, she's following in her father's footsteps in African percussion. This message sends to her that she is not valued, that her art form is not valued. The statements made by Mr. Hobeck have a much broader effect than he is willing to acknowledge or accept. And lastly, the example that I have as a mother is you don't give a child a reward before they've done the work to deserve it. Allowing Mr. Hobeck to stay on the committee without doing the work necessary to make amends to the community he has harmed is not modeling the behavior we teach our own children. I think a truly remorseful person would have offered to do that in their apology. But these perspectives that he expressed in his original Facebook post are clearly part of a pattern of his overall belief system, and that is not the kind of person we should hold who should hold an appointment to a public city-run committee. So I ask that you kindly and appropriately remove Mr. Hobeck from the committee. Thank you.
Next speaker is Marlon Taylor, followed by Beth Taylor, and then Thea.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. I just want to say, first off, thank you for making your position absolutely clear. Your silence over the last 2 months has spoken loudly. It has signaled tolerance for the comments and attitudes behind tonight's agenda item. The person at the center of this has a pattern of making remarks that many in this community reasonably view as racist. You have been told repeatedly. Residents have shown up, spoken out, and asked you to act, and still you've done nothing. What we excuse says just as much about us as what we condemn. What we tolerate reflects our values, our judgment, and our character. So tonight's a test, not of procedure, but of principle. Do you have the courage to do what is right, or will you keep this person on the commission and make it plain that racism is not a disqualifier in the city of Encinitas? Because that is what your inaction has communicated so far. And if you refuse to act again tonight, that message will be even clearer. And to add on to the fact, again, tonight we had a number of speakers talking about trees. It blows my mind that you guys put on a guy on the UFAC that has no documented history of giving a damn about forestry or trees. You know, we got to be better. That's all I got.
Hello, Beth Taylor, nearly 20-year resident of Encinitas and mother of 2 amazing biracial children and wife to an amazing partner in life, Marlon Taylor. Thank you, Joy, for getting this on the agenda and allowing us another opportunity to be heard on the topic of removing Mr. Hobeck from his committee appointment. I'm tired. I'm tired from spending my evenings at school board and city council meetings, forced to defend my family's humanity. For my children, the reality of racism hasn't been a distant concept. It has been their day one experience in this town. It is in the subtle moments, like being handed only white skin tone paper for an art project, effectively telling a child their identity doesn't belong on the canvas. But it is also in the overt, undeniable hate, like the spamming of monkey emojis to my young 3rd grader via text message, and shattering experiences of being called the N-word. This is the environment my children and my husband navigate every single day. When an appointed city official uses their platform to share racist content, which, by the way, did actually happen after he was appointed, their platform to share racist content, they aren't just expressing an opinion, they're validating the very ignorance and hate that targets my family. They are signaling that the bigotry my children face is acceptable in the halls of our local government. This person can try to defend their comments as not being hateful or racist, but the fact of the matter is, that is how they were received by members of this community. I refuse to stay silent while those in city official positions contribute to a culture that dehumanizes my husband and children. You have a choice tonight. You can choose to protect the status quo, or you can choose to protect your constituents. By voting for the removal of this official, you are stating clearly and finally that racism has no place in our leadership. Our children are watching. Please show them that their city sees them, values them, and will stand up for them. Please don't stay silent. Stand on the right side of history and make the right decision.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Joy, thank you for agendizing this issue. It is about time. And I don't really want to talk about Hobeck. I want to talk about you guys, because aren't you embarrassed? That was not an apology. That was ridiculous. Yeah, I don't really want to talk about Hobeck. We've talked about him enough. Again, you guys unable to speak on this issue just makes people think that you are also and just as racist and homophobic. Okay? Again, I don't understand why there is silence. This is not an issue of freedom of speech. This is an issue of hate speech. This guy personally attacks individuals in your community and then proudly says that he's doing it out of racism. This isn't a question of if it's racist or if it's not. This guy is not chill. And you guys haven't said anything. And so in case you guys really don't get how embarrassing this is for you guys, I can't go to do a surf check at Beacons or go get a drink at First Street Bar on the weekends without people bringing you guys up and laughing, calling you guys racist, saying that, you know, only racists protect racists. So again, your guys' inability to comment on this makes you look really stupid. People are laughing at you, calling you by name. So again, it's your choice to not speak about it. It's your reputation, but the community doesn't trust you and thinks that you guys are bad leaders. So please make better decisions.
Next 4 speakers, Yusef Miller with time donations from Ronette Yeomans and Aaron Shook, who are present, then Bob Ayers, Julie Thunder, and then finally Fabian Ganell.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. Yusef Miller, North County NAACP and North County Equity and Justice Coalition. I'd like to start off first by saying, remove Stephen Hallback. This is not a question. This is a demand from the community that you take responsibility and you take action against this person who was put in place by you guys. Hallback would like a slap on the wrist. Hallback would like a opportunity to learn from his mistakes, but he's had plenty of opportunities to learn from his mistake. And only thing we see now is this superficial placation of the people who are sitting here that come here and stay to the wee hours of the evening just to make sure justice is done. When he spoke against the Black History program by the Black Student Union, kids, teens who put on this event, displaying the culture of people of African descent, he didn't only attack the community. He didn't only insult people here who could come here and spend the time to stand up and speak. Those kids that put their heart and their soul into expressing their cultural background, their cultural heritage, was insulted, and they can't be here to speak. The time is after 10, and we're here to speak on their behalf. The fabrics that he called the garb or the attire that he spoke about of people of African descent actually has meaning. Different cultural patterns in different clothing tell you what country they came from, what cultural heritage that they have within the continent of Africa that has many different ethnicities within that continent. There's a source of pride in the pattern, the way it is represented, and how you wear it. And it tells a lot about the person. It tells a lot about where the person comes from. We know this. We know the way a person dresses tells you what the person is about and what they do. We know law enforcement when we see law enforcement by the way they dress. We know doctors and nurses from the way they dress. We know nuns from the way they dress. We know pastors and fathers from the way they dress. We know that attire has meaning. And that meaning can be insulted and denigrated by people who are up to nefarious acts. The African drum. The African drum is an instrument not just for lovely playing so you can hear the sound, but also communicates heritage and history and culture and origin. It communicates all of those things. When I was young, I grew up Muslim in Chester, Pennsylvania. When I grew up and I was young, Roots was just coming on for the first time as a TV miniseries. And Kunta Kinte heard in the night, in the forest, he heard a drum rhythm that he recognized. He recognized as if from part of his country, he recognized it as part of his heritage, so he went through the night. And please look this up. He went through the night to find the source of that drumming. And when he got there, he announced, he said to the person, he could have said anything, but he said to the person, Assalamu alaikum. And then me and my siblings, we never heard Islam on TV before, and we erupted into cheer, wa alaikum salam, because it represented who we are and what we're about. He got all that information from a drum rhythm. from a drum pattern. Drums have also been used to communicate information for long distances. And the drums in this continent, in this hemisphere, from the African continent, has been responsible for developing salsa music. It is the heart of the rhythm of salsa music, bachata and cha-cha. All of these, why? They come from Puerto Rico, they come from Cuba, they come from Dominican Republic. What happened in Dominican Republic? A lot of transatlantic slave trade, a lot of people in those countries, and they shared and they blended their heritage and culture out of love and mutual respect. And we come to these musics that we have today. Not only that, jazz, rock and roll, and hip hop. All of this from African beats and the root and heart of African beats. It is not just banging on drums, as was said by Holback. It is actually a heritage, a gem, and a treasure of people of African descent. Even the structure of the drum tells you where that person is from, what their heritage is like, where they've been in history. The drum tells you that. And we also use the drum to communicate in warfare. The warfare that we have today, that we're all here fighting for. Standing up in warfare for our children. Tells us when to start fighting, when to retreat, when to advance, all kinds of things, information that can be used on the drum. It is not just a banging. That banging, the source of that statement, banging, came from an ugly place. And he's just upset that we recognize it. We've seen it before. We've seen it for decades. We've seen it for centuries in this continent, in California, and in North County. My son, he received a text from another child saying Happy N-word Day during Black History Month. During Black History Month. During Black History Month is when Holbeck was triggered. During Black History Month is when the young girl in Carlsbad was harmed. Triggered during Black History Month and Black History celebrations. Superintendents have been removed for such things. And we're considering whether they're going to remove Hallback. We're on the wrong path if that is a consideration that takes a lot of deliberation for. We don't want a slap on the wrist. We don't want this quote-unquote opportunity for him to learn from his mistakes. He should have known better. He should have known from the opportunities he had from when he first made the statement and the community responded to it. He should have learned at that point. He didn't learn from that point. He should have learned after the community spoke about it and he doubled down on it. And the community expressed how bad they felt, how terrible he felt. He just doubled down on it, trying to tell us how Black history should be expressed. He just doubled down on it. It is who he is inside. He didn't learn from that. He continues with this type of behavior, and if we support this type of behavior, we are part of that behavior. There's no way around it. We can't be a shelter to this kind of behavior because our children are watching. The ones that were offended, the ones that have put on those programs, the ones that enjoyed those programs as allies to the African American, to Black history, Latino history, those who enjoyed it are also going to watch this video to see what you guys done because they can't be here. They're preparing for school tomorrow. They can't be here. They're also watching, and they're having these lessons. If the lesson is that Holbeck can keep his job and he can keep his position after such a statement, that informs our youth positively and negatively. Sometimes it informs them that they have a lot more work to do. But sometimes it informs them that nobody cares about them because they allow it to go unchecked. This is not the message that we want to see from people in your position. This is not the message that we want to see in the community, and it's not the message that we want to see from families because it is rampant. You may think it's a one-off. It is not. I'm here to tell you how many schools that I have been called to as representing the North County NAACP, Carlsbad, Oceanside, Escondido, Encinitas, and so on. So many. Vista, so many. So we have a problem that we need to address. And not addressing that sends a very strong and loud and clear message. He had an opportunity for sincere apology long before his position was in question. And he didn't think his position would be in question. So now we have this contrived apology, attempt to mimic sincerity, and we know that it's not true, and we feel that it's not true. And if he has a lesson to learn, he should learn that lesson as a person off of this position. I hope he continues to learn. I hope he's a life learner, but he doesn't have to learn that lesson when he's already violated that trust in that position that you guys have put him in. We're here to say, remove Hallback. And number 2, remove Hallback. And number 3, remove Hallback.
Thank you.
Bob Ayers, Encinitas. I want to thank Councilperson Lyons for putting this on the agenda, not for giving all of us another opportunity to speak, but for finally giving your council members an opportunity to speak. And we really want to hear from you. We really want to hear from you. I know there's going to be a bunch of justification for keeping your friend Hubeck in his place. I mean, I'm standing peacefully over there, peacefully, as we've done many times before. And I'm being asked, I'm threatened to be removed for standing in my council chamber. But you won't remove Mr. Hubeck for attacking all of these people and all of our neighbors. What the heck is going on? It's just ridiculous. I'm being threatened to be removed for standing here, exercising my right, harming nobody. I was at the UFAC meeting when Mr. Hubeck gave that exact same speech. He's had weeks to reconsider his thoughts. He's all over the internet. You cannot go onto Instagram or anywhere without seeing people slandering him and you, yet he gives the same exact speech. He says, I may have caused confusion. I don't see any confusion. I hope you're not confused. Dr. Stafari wasn't confused. Nobody was offended by what Dr. Stafari said except Mr. Hubeck. Now, we've all heard the experiences from people in this room who lead difficult lives because of the color of their skin or the way they act, or the way they are, things they have nothing to do with. And you've given Mr. Hubeck courtesies beyond any of them. You're giving him a courtesy to give a video. I didn't see him fill out a pink slip. How is this man able to give a video without filling out a pink slip without being present? I don't understand that. You are giving him all of the courtesies at the expense of other residents of Encinitas. That shouldn't work. Now, I don't think anybody here is trying to lump all of their racial experiences onto Mr. Hubeck. You've heard their personal stories. But Mr. Hubeck's racial activities stand alone. And if you leave him in his place, you're going to be standing right there with him. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had a slide, but, oh, are you able to pull it up? Okay, thank you. Okay, Julie Thunder, Cardiff. I'm here to speak about perspective and proportionality. A comment was made on this Facebook page that by many accounts lacked good judgment. That happens. What matters is what followed. The committee member did not double down. Rather, he clarified his intent, making his original post more meaningful. This clarification came within hours of the original post, and many others who saw it felt it addressed their concerns. He then took 2 additional steps, offering a formal apology to this council, and by making a public statement to his fellow committee members and the public. And now he attempted to provide a statement here. I understand you had to cut it off, but it's unfortunate. Yeah. Maybe we should have timed that, or you guys should have timed that, or he should have timed it to get to the meat of the matter earlier. But that is what accountability looks like. Not perfection, but reflection, clarification, and apology. At some point, though, we have to ask whether the response has outgrown the original misstep. What began as a poorly phrased comment has now escalated into calls for removal from public office. This feels less like accountability and more like a demand for, as the saying goes, a pound of flesh. If every misstep, especially one that was acknowledged and apologized for, results in this level of escalation, we risk creating a standard where correction is no longer enough, and where public service becomes less about contribution and more about fear of reprisal. This is not about excusing the original comment. It's about recognizing that the committee member has taken responsibility and made amends. The question before you now is whether that's sufficient, or whether we're going to set a precedent that no apology, no matter how sincere, is ever enough. I would urge you to keep this in proportion and allow accountability to mean something. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm here a lot, and I haven't spoken about Hobeck before. And I'm not here to talk about what Hobeck posted. That's kind of well-trod territory. I am here to talk about the decision you're making tonight. To me, the question is simply this: is the city of Encinitas best served by keeping Mr. Hobeck on the UFAC or by removing him? That's not a legal question. Garvin Walsh's attempt to turn it into one was completely meritless, as I submitted to you earlier. And it's also not a political or ideological question, or at least it shouldn't be. You may believe, and you may be right, that some of those calling for Mr. Hobeck's removal are motivated by ideology. But remember the love your neighbor sign. That complaint was motivated by ideology. But at the end of the day, the city's decision was based on whether the sign was too big. It was, and the city forced the homeowners to take it down. Likewise, it's your responsibility to judge the question before you on its merits and not based on whose political ox is being gored. So let's look at the merits. Does Mr. Hobeck bring unique, needed expertise to the committee? No. He brings a layman's perspective which can be replaced by any number of other Encinitas residents. Nor does he bring experience. He's brand new to the committee. What it comes down to then is whether fair-minded Encinitans can have confidence that Mr. Hobeck meets the standards that we expect from members of city government. And it's plain that we cannot. Among the most fundamental requirements is that members of city government serve all of Encinitas, not just those who voted for them or that agree with them. And whether you agree with Mr. Hobeck's critics that his original post was racist rhetoric, or with his defenders that it was merely language that some might find offensive, how he has handled this matter since his original post, including since he's been a member of UFAC, demonstrates that we cannot have confidence that Mr. Hobeck sees himself as serving all of Encinitas. Julie Thunder may consider what Mr. Hobeck has said as an apology. I don't think fair-minded people do or can. He basically said the same words, a prepared speech. He wrote those words to you. He said those words to UFAC. He said the same words here. There's no real apology. There's no evidence whatsoever of any attempt to understand any point of view different than his own. We deserve better, and that's why you should vote to remove him.
That concludes public speakers. However, two speakers, Ronette Yeomans and Chris Powell, registered support of the recommended action but chose not to speak.
Okay. With that, I will kick it off. We're here tonight to discuss a comment by an appointee to our UFAC committee made on Facebook. I would like to make several points. First, I find Mr. Hobeck's Facebook comment to be insensitive and demeaning to African Americans and West African dance. Mr. Hobeck's choice of words and phrases such as blacks, tribal gear, and banging on drums were racially demeaning and dismissive. The statement would clearly offend many people, as it has, and it deserves an apology. Mr. Hobeck apologized on the night of his swearing in at UFAC on March 26th. He said, quote, "My intent was never to degrade members of the community," end quote. He additionally said, quote, "I do regret any harm that I may have caused to members of the community," end quote. Let me repeat that one. "I do regret any harm that I may have caused to members of the community." He apologized. I know. Okay, enough. Enough. I will clear you out of the room if you continue to disrupt this meeting. We were very polite. We let everyone talk. I even kept Mr. Hobeck to 3 minutes, his video. Let me finish. So I will continue. I know several people actively calling for Mr. Hobeck's dismissal have not accepted his apology or think it is, quote, "too little, too late." However, he did offer an apology. Second, claims have been made that this is not an isolated incident. However, similarly offensive and racist examples have not been cited here in chambers or online. The claimed examples cited in front of this council have not been racist in nature and were more political opinion in nature. If Mr. Hobeck has posted other offensive and racist comments, I have not seen them. Third point, a Title VI civil rights grievance was filed with the city, and we have to go through that process. For those of you who aren't familiar with Title VI of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 prohibits discrimination in federally assisted programs and requires that no person shall, on the grounds of race, color, national origin, sex, age, or disability, be excluded from the participation in, be denied the benefits of, or otherwise subjected to discrimination under any program or activity receiving federal assistance. The city met with the aggrieved party, and the city will be issuing its findings no later than April 29th. So it's coming up in about a week. Fourth point, we've heard from members of the public at several council meetings during oral comments. I was most impressed by one of the speakers, Bernard Uribe Thomas, co-founder and director of Teyasa Theosan African Drum and Dance. I thought he offered sage and wise advice. On February 26, during public comments at the All Commissioners training, he said he wanted to go a different path, quote, and, quote, "take this as a teaching moment," end quote. He eloquently recommended we all take this opportunity to learn and move forward together. Simply sacking Mr. Hobeck provides minimal opportunity for Mr. Hobeck or the community as a whole to learn. We need to talk, discuss, and learn together, as we're doing tonight. Simply sacking members of our commissions and committees should never be reserved for those who refuse to learn and grow. If someone expresses discriminatory statements, let us coach them, teach them, and hopefully grow together. Of course, repeated occurrences or egregious statements or acts may be grounds for removal. Finally, some people speaking out have been accused of playing politics. That may or may not be the case. The proof, one way or the other, will be obvious as we get closer to the election day in how this incident is handled. I will close with this rhetorical question. Will this be a teaching moment for Mr. Hobeck and all of us, or will it be more political theater like we have too often been subjected to on the national stage? Time will tell. I hope you'll join me in turning this into a teaching moment. Thank you. I will now recognize Councilmember Lyons.
I'll share where I am at in my thought process currently. Our committees and our commissions serve at our pleasure. I've stated that in the council member initiated item because that's exactly the requirement for being on one of our committees. Is it's up to this body here to make that determination. I believe that this has been disruptive. I believe this is not in the best interest. I believe Mr. Hobeck is a lightning rod for our community, and I believe that words matter. I've heard it said that this has been deeply offensive. If you think that these words don't matter, then if you think it's okay, then you don't understand. And I think there's a big gap in understanding when people are not calling this out for what it is. I know there's two of us up here on the council who have served on commissions, so we have commission experience. I won't speak for Mayor Ehlers, but I'll speak for myself. And I will say that I served on the Environmental Commission at the pleasure of the mayor and council, and I knew that. And I know how this works. I know that I'm not the only one who's ever been in the situation where I get a call from the mayor asking me to consider stepping down from the commission. They have a concern about something that I have done, and they're watching, and they should be watching, because every committee and every commission represents the city, and we care. We care about what they do. We do care, and that's why they serve at our pleasure, and you elected us to do that. I was asked to step down, and at the time, the mayor had some concerns, and I was able to effectively and responsively respond to her concerns to the point where she accepted my response and did not take further action. But and it was nothing even close to this. So I'm just like, why is this becoming something we're going to fight and die over here on the city council? Our committees serve at our pleasure, and once we decide that that appointment no longer serves the city or no longer serves our intent anymore, then it's up to us to take action. We have that authority. I just want to summarize. And the mayors have exercised this authority in the past, and the city councils have exercised this authority in the past. I think what I'll conclude with is to say, I don't see in what's been presented here tonight and so far by the mayor, where it's in this city council, every one of our best interest to keep Hobeck on this committee. I don't see where it's in the city's best interest to keep him on this committee. And it doesn't really go any further than that for me. So with that, I would like to move to remove Hobeck from the UFAC committee. I'll rest.
I think I have a little housekeeping, because I think we said to 11. Can I have a, how do I do
Motion to
this?
extend to 11:20?
How do I do this? Just motion to extend. Okay, motion to extend to 11:30?
Yeah, whatever.
11:20? What did you say?
11:20.
11:20. Got a second? Okay. Let's vote on the motion to extend.
Marco.
Oh, it was Marco, sorry.
That motion to extend passes unanimously.
Okay.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I called Steve and asked, and honestly, if it comes down to racism and this is how he stands, I have no place for it. Both my daughters are half Latin. I don't have a place for that. I would stand nothing for that. In talking to him and his perspective, whether you agree with it or not, it's his perspective, is that he felt that the way that Black History Month was being represented by the superintendent was a throwback to a time much longer before. Obviously, I've heard a lot here from learning from groups and members that are part of the African drum community. That being said, he thinks his personal thought and what he explained in his follow-on post was that there has been a number of accomplishments in the last 300 years that he believed were far extended beyond that. And when in conversation with him, again, I think you saw in the video, I'm not sure if you heard it, but he has done extensive work in civil rights and to protecting those that are in lesser situations. Now, the question in what Councilmember Lyons had just said is, why would we keep him? I don't think it's individually Stephen Hobeck. And to be quite honest, there's a group of, I'll say activists, I'm not going to say political activists, I don't know, I think it's more ideologic activists, that seem to be finding themselves routinely, since I've been here, at every division of this city. Every chance there's a chance to divide this city, you take it. You don't try to find, if you've ever called, have any of the people that spoke, and this is any time, called Stephen Hobeck and talked to him, and had a question with him, and try to have a conversation and see what his perspective was, and try to sit down and have those conversations. Well,
Yeah.
well, so the understanding,
It's a rhetorical question.
the understanding is that every single time there's been a divisive moment in this chamber since I've been here, I see the same faces routinely. And so you're getting lumped in with a really divisive group, that their whole goal is to come in and draw division. And the city, any community's character, yes, people want to have housing that fits our character. People want to have roadways that fit our character, speed limits that save lives. They want to do all this stuff. But cities and communities revolve around the human aspect and closing the gap and trying to close those differences. And again, in his statement, when I first read it, I said, if this is actually racially motivated, done. I have no problem with that. What I do have a problem with is the mode by which the same individuals that continually find themselves on the divisive side of everything that I've seen, to include myself at one point, and never heard an apology for a lawsuit that I chose not to go on with. Because I didn't do it. I didn't do anything. I think I could have gotten it removed. But the fact of the matter is every single time I find a divisive moment, I see the same people. And that's what this issue is about, is the same divisive people coming in and creating a further division in a community that just wants to get on with their lives and move forward. That's shameful. And so,
one more time, and I will have to ask you to leave.
This is the third time.
4 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago,
Yeah,
it stood
okay.
just like this and was not removed.
Do we have the sheriff here?
What has changed?
You can either sit down right now.
You may remove me if you need to.
Please, remove him. And anybody else who wants to get out of line, we want to listen and let us finish our deliberation.
He's sitting up there attacking all these people.
Would you please just let us finish the deliberation? We've listened politely and kindly to everybody. One more time. That's it. Please remove her. Thank you.
Showed up every time and were divisive.
Sheriff
Things that have been said about
Molly, I'm sorry, but I'm trying to conduct a meeting. You do need to go.
I'm so glad I don't live in this city anymore. You're shameful. And calling someone an anchor baby, Bruce, is racist. So maybe check all of Steve's comments.
Okay. Continue.
So the fact of the matter is, in communicating with Steve, my personal opinion is that that was not his intention. And if it,
Stick up for a racist
if,
asshole.
so that's,
Take it outside.
no.
Very pathetic. I've never even been here before. Pathetic.
So, anyway, when it comes down to the designation of his job and what he's committed to do as a UFAC member, I believe that he's able and full willing to perform his duties. Fact of the matter is I'm not going to put up with the division of a group that continually finds the spot to divide and continue to divide, and that's on both sides. I don't live my life on either side. I'm going to call it as I see it. And fact of the matter is I believe that he attempted to make his comment try to be made understood. I'm not sure if it was the apology that some people wanted to hear, but just because it wasn't what you wanted to hear doesn't mean that it was the way that you took it. That's just the truth. And I don't believe that this is the most divisive thing that any human's ever done. And to be more factual about it, I think that the group that continually comes in here and finds a reason has found a spot directly behind the podium to make statements and to continue to divide our town and find any inkling of anything that can divide our town is despicable. And I would agree with the love thy neighbor. It sucks that somebody had to take it down. It had nothing to do with the love thy neighbor. It had to do with the size and straight up the policy. And people don't get there's practical ways to get things done in life and in a community, and then there's policy. Once you invite policy, it requires laws. It requires these things. And that's the difference. And if we could just reach, that's good. We were talking tonight about short-term rentals. Those tiny little things start to divide a town, and people don't know their neighbor anymore. They don't just walk across the street and have it out and then get on with their lives. But why? But from a group that claims to be inclusive, why are we continue trying to find every last situation to create division in this room, specifically to be on TV so that you can make sure that division goes far and wide? It's just sad. It really is. I rest.
Okay. Before we go there, I had one question for staff about Title VI and the, how will that get communicated? Will that be public on the 29th, right? Or no later than the 29th?
If I can have Assistant City Manager Jay Schwarm address that, please.
Yes, the response will be in writing to the grieving parties, and I believe that would be a public record.
Correct.
Okay.
That would be a public record.
Okay. So, thank you. Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
I look at all of us, none of us in this room being perfect across the board. And I think about my own life in times where I have said something to somebody that hurt them, that I felt sincerely apologetic for, and I apologized. And I have no control over whether or not they accept that apology. All I can do is do my best to apologize. I look at this situation and I look at it in the picture of what are we doing in life and how do we act as people. I never would have said what Mr. Hubeck said. I thought you got to think before you press send, especially when you're pressing, and you know people who don't like you already are going to review what you said. That said, he came back and tried to justify it, and then he came back and he apologized. I didn't actually even like the way he apologized, to be honest. I thought he could have done a simpler, better job of apologizing. But I don't get to choose whether his apology is enough for everybody. I can't, where is that line? There's no description of what that apology we have to accept looks like. There just isn't. And we can choose to accept it or not accept it. But the fact of the matter is, he apologized. That wasn't the way I would do it, but he did. And so I don't know what else this body at that point could ask him to do to show his mistake, except to apologize in his way. And none of us have to accept it in this room, but he did apologize, and I can't ask him to do more than that. I can't ask any of you out there to do more than that. You've done some horrible things to me, horrible. You put a picture of my wife, a picture up there to say I cheated on my wife, and I'm sitting here talking to you, right? Like, and right, but these are all things we do to each other, and like, we don't choose how we accept things. We don't choose these things. You didn't apologize, but if you did apologize, I wouldn't have any say if I accept it or not. I just accept it or not accept it, and that would be that. We'd move on. So I'm sorry, I'm sorry you didn't appreciate Mr. Hubeck's apology. I'm sorry he didn't do it a different way, but he did, and that's all I can ask of him at this point.
Okay. Councilmember San Antonio.
Well, I'm the only Asian guy up here. I don't know what, I'm not going to say I don't experience racism. I'm not going to say that I have never in my life, but I'm not going to also feel sorry for myself. I'm not going to be like, oh man, you guys owe me something. I am where I'm at. I've been called MAGA. I've been called, everything from something I posted in 20 years ago. But I think to what Mayor Eller said, it was a teaching point. I'm like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I posted some stuff. I'm up here still. I'm sorry Molly had to leave, that she couldn't hear because she's the one that called me out. But I have no ill will. I take accountability for it, and I reach out. I talk to Molly. I try to talk to her husband. I try to talk to everybody because guess what? We're not perfect. But I try to make the best of the situation. I wear a cowboy hat in Encinitas. I'm not a cowboy. But I accept myself, and I'm happy with that. But when I go out into the public and I am representing the city, I talk to everybody. I don't marginalize anybody. I try to tell anybody else, you're not on my team, I'm not going to talk to you. I literally try to talk to every single person. Because I've learned, because I've realized, you know what, I don't want to separate myself from people like that have a different viewpoint than myself. I'm not trying to give anybody a lecture. I'm not trying to tell anybody that I'm better or that you're better, or my viewpoint is that I'm literally the only person of color up here on council, and it's just an observation. But I don't see, like what Deputy Mayor said, I don't agree with the way Steve Hobeck said what he said, but I also I would have said things different. And I think in the future, maybe he will too, hopefully he will. I've definitely tried to make changes in myself because I don't want to make people that don't agree with me not want to talk to me, because I do represent D4, I represent the city of Encinitas as a whole. So I want to be approachable. I want people to be like, hey man, you did it wrong, or hey, good job. Yeah, I'll rest there.
Councilmember Lyons.
I wanted to wrap up my comments by saying that I think it's important that we have an opportunity to speak and to be heard. I was hoping there would be some of that tonight. There was speaking. I worry when I hear us say that people, our constituents who disagree with us, are divisive. And I think we miss the point that they are our constituents. We're not always going to agree, but there were plenty of people who submitted letters asking for us to consider this item and to remove this individual. These are our constituents. They're our voters. If we really want to represent the people, we not only need to I don't know, like be forced into a council member initiated item, but we need to really listen. And I'm hearing what I feel is tone deaf. And I've said that before. And I don't think that serves any one of us well or this council well. And it's a matter of blaming the constituents. And I've heard us do that before too. And I think we're wrong-headed on that. And I think the community expects us to do better, and they were hoping we would do better. We still have the opportunity to do better in the future, and I hope we do. But I'm not happy with the way this is going. So, but I'll rest.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara. And
Sure.
by the way, I think I need one more extension till 11:30.
Sure.
Okay, I got a motion. Can I get a second? I got a Luke second. Extend to 11:30. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I just got to go back and say, I didn't hear anybody agree with what Mr. Huback's original post said, which I feel like was just implied. And I think we all took it, everybody up here, from staff to everybody in this room, is taking it very seriously. That's why we're here. And what it comes down to is, I don't know, again, when he apologizes, we can accept it or not accept it. And, you know, if you don't accept it, you don't accept it. I don't know what else we can ask him to do. But I didn't hear anybody up here agree with what his initial comment says. Everybody said what was wrong. He's done his best to make amends, whether we appreciate it or think it's the right thing to do or not. And that's, in the end, that's what we ask people to do. You know, I'll forgive you. No skin off my back. It's okay. I do. I do. Don't worry about it. Anyways.
Don't encourage the.
All good.
We're deliberating up here.
Yes. So, so we move on from there and we move forward, and hopefully everybody in the community learns from this experience. Hopefully Mr. Huback grows from this experience. Hopefully the council grows from this experience. Hopefully everybody who's come here, regardless of the intention, walks away from this knowing that we can do better as a community. We can come together instead of being divisive, and we can work on things and always work on growing. And I think that's obviously been brought to light, not just by Mr. Huback's comments, but by lots of events that have brought us to this point. So I look forward to seeing everybody in this community grow in the right direction.
Okay, a couple of closing comments here. I didn't blame constituents for anything, so I don't want those words put in my mouth, but I want to talk about timing. We had a grievance. We've been working on it. It's not done yet. Because of the nature of a council-initiated item, the mayor and the city manager do not get to review it. When it's turned in, it goes into the very next meeting. That's one of the rule changes I'd like to consider to give us a little more flexibility. So we had to have this meeting tonight, when ideally we would have had it in a week or 2 weeks. I guess it would have been 2 weeks at the next meeting, which then we would have had the Title VI decision made, and we would have our attorney could tell us what happened, or I'm sorry, our arbitrator. What's your title under that?
Americans with Disabilities, sorry, I'm losing my voice, I don't know why. Americans with Disability Act coordinator in Section 504 of 1973. As part of the Title VI allows for both representative as well as a designee, in this case based on the complexities of it. Designee was attorney Tim Davis of Burke, William, and Sorensen, and they're still looking at things and will be issuing the opinion.
Okay, very good. And so when people say, oh, you've had 2 months to do this and et cetera, my point is the process was working, and it wasn't a public process at the time. It was between the grieving parties and the people that filed the grievance and the city and the coordinator, I guess, whatever. And so we're still waiting for that to happen. So we'll have more news then. And with that, we have a motion on the table with no second. I don't see a second. I'll give a pause for anybody that would want to second it. If we don't have it, then motion dies for lack of a second. And with that, I think we are done with item 12A. We'll move on to item 13, which is reports from AB 1234.
I can kick that off, and I attended the Encina Wastewater Authority Board meeting this morning.
I have nothing really to report. We are appointing Molly Hintlian to the, Santa Community Power Advisory Board. She's going to be our newest member. We get to appoint her. I get to introduce her tomorrow as our newest member. We will be having a vacancy coming up. So if anybody's interested, please let me know. That's it.
Yeah, myself and Deputy Mayor O'Hara have attended the San Elo JPA, and everything's going well over there.
I attended the NCTD meeting last week. It looks like for the first time in, I think, 15 years, fares may be increasing on all public transportation. 15 years is a long time to go without any. It'll still keep NCTD below its market competitors, so it'll still be a good bargain. And we also looked at future projects on the rest of the county.
And I also attended the Encina Wastewater Board, and that's all I have to report. Moving on to City Manager.
Thank you. Since we do not meet until May 13th, just 2 events that'll be coming up. We have our movie in the park. It'll be Surfs Up at Glen Park in Cardiff by the Sea. It will be on May 2nd, starting at 6:30. And again, there'll be some activities for kids, outdoor games, perfect for all ages. So again, that's May 2nd at 6:30 at Glen Park. And then I also want to invite everyone to our microtransit study workshop. That is going to be held on May 4th from 6 to 8 at the Encinitas Community Center. We'll be hosting that to get some feedback from the community on possible microtransit programs here in the city. And again, that's May 4th at 6 o'clock at the Community Center. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney.
No report.
City Clerk. Nothing to report. And so we are adjourned at 11:26. Thank you.
B shapes are above the bicycle image. This indicates